seance or a summons, right? Are you a dead person? Do you respond to seances and summons? Is your name in all caps? Is that how you were taught to spell your name? In dog Latin? Who taught you dog Latin? The state? They taught you dog Latin? Think there's a reason it's written in dog Latin? A debased language? It's written in dog Latin because dog Latin doesn't actually exist, and if they wrote it in English, they could be held liable for what they just wrote down. But if you fraudulently accept it as that's me, and then you sign the paperwork, I agree, well, that dog Latin bullshit that you were presented with just became a contract.
Thank you for that. I'm going to remember that.
Yeah, just remember, anytime you sign a contract, contracts aren't written by CEOs. They're not written by the bank. They're written by lawyers, and they're only designed to take all of the liability and place it on you. So anytime you sign something, you're signing your rights away.
Yep. Yeah, I saw an interesting video on YouTube back in the day, pretty much explaining how, like, the creation of the straw man and the paper version of yourself, like in the 30s or something. This video was cool. I should find that again.
Hey,
Go ahead, bro.
hey, Larry, you around?
Yeah, what's up? I do for you.
How's it going, man? I was wondering if the info that Levelist sent you last night, if you reviewed any of that YouTube stuff.
I did watch a lot of the Canadian Christian guy. I watched one video that Levelist sent me, and I haven't got to review a bunch of his stuff yet. A lot of the stuff I knew, I learned a little bit too. The whole last name thing, I'm kind of wondering, does that work in the United States? Because this guy's from Canada. And, you know, it's all based on presumptions. They presume that you're this, and they presume that you're that. And basically, you have to go in there and do a status correction and say that, no, I'm not this, and I'm not that, and I don't want to contract with you. Is basically what you have to do.
You have to refute their presumptions, basically, right?
Every single one of them.
Gotcha. I didn't catch what channel that was, so I don't know if I've taken in that information yet. What was the YouTube channel name? Do you remember? Because I don't think he posted it in the stream. I think he might have just DM'd it to you.
Who am I talking to, by the way?
Napalm.
Oh, where are your avatar? Oh,
At the
down there
very
at the bottom.
Yep.
Yeah, I see you now. All right. Levels. Robbie Ryder simulated legal process. I think that was the one that was deleted.
Thought he mentioned another channel, something like.
Hang on a second, I can't hear you. Okay.
Yeah, you're good. Can you hear me?
Okay. Nothing. Yeah. All right. So I'll just take this one and send it to you. Robbie Ryder. Yeah, his stuff was pretty good. I was listening to it last night. Let's see my phone.
Yeah, I thought he mentioned a channel about. I can't remember what he called it. Maybe Robbie Ryder was the only channel.
Actually,
Cool.
There you go.
Thanks, man.
So yeah, Napalm, this whole law stuff, like it's obvious to me that these people are like dark magicians. And they're basically using like your ignorance against you and like tricking you. So every time you get a summons, it's like an invitation, right?
Right.
Like, please come join me at the ball, right? But if you don't go, you know, they place a war rant after you, right? They claim war against you. So if you're at peace and you go in under the war rant because you were dragged in, not because you voluntarily went, because if you voluntarily go, then they're saying that, you know, you're saying that they have authority over you. But if they drag you in, well, then it's like they are the ones who kidnapped you and brought you in, and then you have to make like some sort of deal to get out of jail, right? Well, the deal that they offer you, right, you probably shouldn't accept. The deal that they
Right.
offer you should, you know, you should probably be like, how about this instead, Your Honor? How about, you know, you give me 3 days to see if I can come to terms with the person who put me in here, and then if not, I'll come back in 3 days and, you know, you can rearrest me or whatever. So when you do that, you're kind of like saying, no, we ain't doing that. And how about we do this instead? And I kind of wonder, like, how well would that go? Would they like hold you for 3 months or 3 years, however long it takes you to get a court date? Because like, why would you accept an ankle bracelet? Like, I wouldn't do that.
Right.
I'd be like, hell no, I'm not accepting that deal. So it's all about the terms and conditions, and it's up to you to go. No, I'm not paying $450 for that guitar. I'll give you $200. I think that's what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're giving you this offer. You can either counter offer or accept it, and it's all being played out on a court where you're just lobbing the ball back and forth, and somebody eventually scores the point, right?
It's crazy, man, to think that that's how it's been going on for thousands of years, and we didn't know this is what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be contracting.
Yeah, well, I think it might have been you that made a pretty salient point last night that, like, law enforcement officers don't know the law. Lawyers don't know the law. Both of these people just know procedure.
Yeah, policy enforcement.
Policy and procedure. The law is something they don't really pay mind to at all, right?
Yeah, because the
Otherwise,
law is God's, right? And then legalese Let's see.
What do you know
That's
about
basically
laws? When we ask about laws, we're looking into the Roman Empire and what the Roman Empire instilled to our people. Because what we're looking at in people, countries like United States of America, we're looking at Australia, Canada, all these countries, United Kingdom, we're looking at what was taught from the Roman Empire and what was taught to our people. Even if you were German, Celtic, Roman, whatever, we were taught certain ways of being. No, we've been instilled this fabric. Something has been almost drilled into us before the Noah's Ark. Because, like, even the Bible says, I was brought up an atheist, but what we're saying is for almost 9,000 years, they've said this shit was real, correct? Larry, what do you think about this? What do you think about Noah's Ark and the?
you were with me until you started talking about I was with you until you started talking about Noah's Ark. It's all Roman. All roads lead to Rome. Apparently, Romans wear funny hats. But yeah, as soon as you started talking about Noah's Ark, you lost me. But basically, God's law goes back to Noah's Ark. As far as man's law, I have no idea where men came up with an idea that they could create some sort of legal code to where other people had to follow their, legislation. I have no idea where that came from. I would assume that it came from Rome or Alexander the Great or something like that.
Do you think it?
These people. Go on, mate. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, do you think it might go back even further than that, and that maybe the story that's being told and the idea that's being put forth with the serpent in the garden, right, and the knowledge of good and evil is that there was this idea, right? Adam and Eve were under God's law, and then somebody came along and said, no, you can know better as to what is good and what is evil, what is right and what is wrong. And that's when this construction of some sort of system outside
why do you need anybody to tell you what's right and wrong? I mean, fucking animals know
who do you think
right
it
and wrong.
was that's bit out of the apple? Who bit out of the apple? That palm.
Right, that was Eve. But I'm just saying,
it starts with an E. Who
is
bit
it?
out of the apple?
It's a story, mate. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's a good story, but there's a lot of metaphors and whatever. But why does it matter?
Right, I was just going to say, is it possible that it is a metaphor for the fact that nowadays we think we know better as to what is good and evil, right? So we try to construct our laws based on our ideas.
Bro, my headset was gone. Did you hear what I was saying? The palm. Did you hear what I was saying?
You guys were both over talking to each other.
Well, I'm starting to figure out that it's. Sorry, go ahead, Nathan.
I was just going to say, do you have any ideas or thoughts on that, Larry?
Genesis being like a metaphor for the beginning of, man's law, right? Or it's not really man's law, it's Satan's law, because they're all liars, right? Like the cops are all liars, the judges, they're all fraudulent, right? And they're just tiptoeing around the, somewhat fraudulent things that they're doing. But when you accept it, right, then you're the one who's fraudulent, and then you're committing fraud, so that gives them jurisdiction over you. Because the fraud that you commit by accepting, the titles and privileges and benefits, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's
so
a deception.
Basically, you give up. Yeah, you give it up.
Yeah, you give up kind of your God-given rights, the they things that are given to you by God, the laws that operate within this realm, you decide to give that up and put
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna
your
let
faith
you
and authority
down. Never gonna
in man.
run down.
You're hot,
Desert
Mike.
you.
So yeah, you kind of give that up in order to operate within this other fraudulent system. Like you willfully do that in some way, shape, or form. Even though it's a deception, you're still making a conscious decision, whether it's an informed decision or not.
So, Zeppa, I was interested in asking why you think this is a compelling video.
Which one's that?
The video on Stephen, the comment that your man there, I can never remember his name, is giving on the paper released by Stephen Crothers.
I looked at. Well, I don't know. It's just some relevant stuff to what we've been talking about lately.
Because there's been some very interesting. I just went down the rabbit hole of looking at the paper quickly, not in any depth, just to be straight. Because I've only had like
What's your problems with it?
I'm just wondering what reason do you think it's compelling, or is it just because it's kind of in the right vein to within the discussions you're doing, and you just think it's something worth referencing?
No, I was just reposting it because the other day we were talking to Kosho and some other people about. We asked them. The question was asked, "What's the most compelling thing for the globe?" And they said, "Oh, well." There were these LIGO experiments, and they're talking about gravitational waves. And this guy refutes it. I'm not familiar with the argument that he's made, but I just reposted it, saying that it was on the topic of recent discussions.
Well, it's also why I changed my question, because I realised I was already poisoning the well by almost establishing your position by my question, which was wrong.
Well, no,
there's
no poisoning the well. No, I haven't gone into detail with it. I just thought it was on the topic and interesting.
Sorry about the back and forth with Gerald. I see your point on that as well.
Yeah,
that's the reason I popped in.
I was just going through some Stephen Crothers stuff because I brought him up earlier. I think some of the stuff, like some of those hour-long presentations, are pretty interesting. I've watched them in the past, like the stuff about black holes.
Have you ever watched the Stanford videos by what's his name? Oh, I can see him.
Excuse me, just for a moment, gentlemen. Hey, Napalm, would you care to join me in a different room?
Yeah. Where do you want to
go? I'm not familiar with this one. Is there a room below?
Yeah, you can go to Livestream too.
Yeah, there's
cool.
A live
Thanks.
I'll meet you there.
Wait, how do I get there?
Wait, what do you want to talk about?
Oh, we're just talking about law and stuff.
Yeah.
I think he meant law, not lawn, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, law. I do remember the conversation. I'm just a bit late for me. I should be in bed. But I don't know why they didn't just have the discussion here.
Yeah, it's the Leonard Susskind lectures, and I think they're a really, really good set. I mean, I'm not a physicist, so but
Leonard Susskind.
Yeah, my maths is nowhere near good enough for the ship. Some of the basic stuff I can basically get my head around, but yeah, I've done kind of like A-level maths over here. That's about as far as I got. But I think the way he explains it is really, really good.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff that looks scary is actually pretty simple.
Yeah, I just never had time or the inclination to get my head around it. I'm more interested in history, archaeology, philosophy is more my event. That's where I've got expertise.
Because they have all these, like the notation on all these symbols.
Oh yeah,
And,
yeah.
You know, once you realise, you know, that it's just referring to something, and then you look at the equation. If you just put numbers in there, it'd be pretty simple.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the fact that the symbols represent certain values or certain constants or certain variables. Yeah, don't have a problem. It's just as I say, I've never been really inclined to go through it and find tooth comb.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
it's not really relevant to anyone, really. You know, unless you're.
No.
I think that, you know, these people that want to hold, you know, make it say that it really holds weight, or, you know, black holes and all this astrophysics stuff. You know, I think it's really important to go through it when people are, you know, making those arguments, to sort of pull it back to that at some time, because a lot of people just run with it. And
well, it's one of two things, isn't it, with this kind of stuff? It either seeks to explain an observation or predict a potential observation we can make.
Well, that bloody the other video I posted about the cigarette butt thing, the end of a cigarette thing, the first image of a black hole.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that in 2019, right? But I knew that it was just you know, I thought it was just a collation of images. You know how they do image stacking on planets?
Yeah,
just to make it look nicer. I thought that's what they'd just done here, and it even says telescope, but they're not even. They're just
radio, isn't it?
They're not. It's not even from any kind of observation. It's a synthetic image built from a simulation, and they used.
No, I thought the data came from radio telescopes.
Nope, it was a simulation it was a simulation that was built from data that those radio telescopes had collected over the years. They built a simulation from that of what a black hole would look like, and then they used that simulation to build synthetic images that they then. Yeah, I didn't know that it was that much of a fraud till I just seen that video.
But we do that all the time. I mean, there's loads of stuff that we do that we get in the non-visible spectrum that we kind of move to the visible spectrum to be able to visualize it. It's a lot easier to look at that than a set of graphs.
2 days after their admission of the M87 black hole being a concoction from a computer model, one of their Einstein said they did that because they needed the funding.
Cool.
That's just a comment, but I'm pretty sure that should have some validity if you were to look that up.
Yeah, I mean, but that's all cool stuff, and it's not stuff. I mean, the nearest I get to interact with stuff like that is I've got an OK telescope. I like looking at the moon and sort of the planets and various other bits and bobs. That's kind of cool, but yeah, when it comes to stuff, you know, my confidence increases the closer I get to something.
What do you mean closer?
The more data I can get on it, the more I can examine it, the more the number of different ways I can examine it. So if I go back to sort of, you know, what I went to university for, which is archaeology, which is a very inferential science. You know, so we find some stuff. We go, we found some stuff. It looks pretty old. It looks pretty old because it's pretty deep. And then we find some writing on some stuff that refers to somebody that we know. Well, that's interesting. So we've got some writing on some stuff. It's pretty deep. It's pretty old. We think it's about this age. That inscription actually says something about someone we know some more about, and he's around that period. Well, okay, that's getting better. Then we find some pottery. We found other pottery that's pretty much the same as that pottery. And that's in another place where we have more data to be able to date that evidence. And we find some bones. We do some carbon-14 dating, because we don't think it's 35,000 years old or beyond. And we go, cool, that also comes to around the same sort of date. Then we find, you know, and we're stacking up that evidence to say, yeah, we're pretty fucking sure it's around this time. With certain people where we've got like their births, their deaths, their records, we can go, well, according to the records, he died on this date, this year, and was succeeded by this person. And we found his tomb. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean by it. So the more ways I can sort of co-witness a piece of evidence, the more confidence I have in it.
Yeah. You're getting close. Yeah, as close as you can get to actually experiencing or actually witnessing something.
Yeah.
The confidence value. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the way I work most stuff. I mean, what I do now is cybersecurity, which is all about, it's not about, aha, do this. It becomes much more efficient, which is what a lot of stuff in my industry does. It's, aha, do this, and potentially your risk may reduce.
Opening up a big hole.
Yeah, so it's a very similar kind of thing, which is the weird sort of analogy I make between, what I do in cybersecurity and what I used to do in archaeology. It's not that much different. But yeah, which is why, I renamed myself the Flat Earth Skeptic because the evidence is very thin and it's very anecdotal and it's not very methodological.
You mean evidence supporting a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can probably agree with that.
Because the best evidence you have is, we've measured it. Here's how we measured it. Here's what we measured it with. Here's our methodology behind it, and you can go and test it for yourself and try and fault find. Yeah, that's to me is good observation. And as I say, that's not even science to me. That's just fucking measuring shit.
Well, I mean, so how would science be different than measuring stuff?
It can be part of a scientific exploration, but it's not on its own. It's not science. It doesn't need to be science. It's like engineering, for instance.
For something to be scientific, it must include posturing or postulation.
Yeah, hypothesis. Yeah, but if I'm
taken on the whim that that they know that what they're going to these people aren't measuring things on the basis they know what they're going to get.
Yeah, that's the point. That's why it's not science, because we're not posing a question.
Of course, there are questions. Why would they be doing it then?
It could be for a number of reasons, but you don't need to have a hypothesis before a measurement, do you?
Okay, so let's say someone shoots a laser across a lake. How would that not be scientific?
Because you're just shooting a laser across a lake.
Well, what would make it scientific? Or explain what would be something scientific that could be done to discern the shape of the Earth.
Look, let's put it this way. So I can basically say, I want to find out how long my table is. And I measure it. So I haven't said, I think my table is 172 centimeters. I measure it and it's 170 plus or minus whatever. So I haven't postulated any form of question. All I've basically said is, I wonder how long the table is, which is a question in itself, but it's not a hypothesis because it's not trying to draw any conclusions within the question.
Well, I'm pretty sure they had like hypotheses in some of the flat Earth FE core stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying there is. I just say you don't need it. I mean, to take a measurement. I mean, I don't call things like Aristophanes or Al-Biruni, science experiment. It's a measurement. It's an observation, and then from that, they're starting to ask questions from the data. The same way as my tape.
I just don't get your criticism about observations being unscientific or not.
Well, no, you don't need to do science to get good data. Is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, you could take the most mundane observation or measurements from any source, as long as you know that those measurements or observations were taken reliably. You can accumulate them from anywhere.
Yeah,
and create some kind of scientific. You can abstract some scientific information from that.
Yeah, I totally agree. You can add to it, and then you can start to make inferences from the data, but it doesn't change the data in itself. So if I measure a curve, or I measure a flat plane, there's no science needed for that. That's just a measurement in itself. Now, if I want to try and draw some conclusions from that, then we move into the arena of science.
Well, it's almost like you use science there as an object.
No, it's a methodology, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So, and to measure something in itself isn't science. To observe something in itself isn't science. It's all the other stuff that we put around it that starts to, if it's an observational study, if it's a statistical study, if it's an experimental study, if it's a theoretical study, this is all stuff that we wrap around it to then start to define it as, a scientific endeavor of some sort. But building a car ain't science, it's engineering. Trying to make a car more efficient, you're getting into science. What if I so that's kind of what I mean by that. So it's not the fact that I'm saying, oh, it's less valuable because it's not science. I'm actually saying, no, it's an observation, and we don't need to generally apply for, if we measure a curve, if we measure a flat plane, if we measure a hill, that's just an observation. Saying, well, why is that hill there, or is it getting bigger, or is it more likely to shrink? Because of geological forces acting upon it. Now we're getting into the realms of science, because now we need to do probably a fairly long-term study and remeasure it and put some methodology around it and understand a little bit more about what we're doing. So that's all I'm really saying on that.
It's making assumptions or predictions, re-observing, and forming a better understanding of a phenomenon.
Yeah.
I just don't understand what that had to do with anything, or why you sort of bring it up, because to say, because I kind of do look at it as a what's the word, an ad hominem type thing. Like if someone's talking about, say, a measurement or some sort of observation they made as a flat earther, and then you go and say to them, well, that's not scientific. I mean, that's that's casting aspersions there.
Yeah, that's why I tried to explain myself, to say I'm not saying that's of lower value. It's just the necessity of the methodology. As I say, if I measure the radius of a circle, I'm not doing science there. I'm just measuring something. If I want to start, but it's still factual, is what I'm saying.
Well, if you are measuring the radius and the circumference, right, you might actually be doing science, because you'd be saying, well, how circular, how round is that thing? Because you do the radius and the circumference for the right metric there. The two
pi.
2r pi should equal the circumference.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't, then
and that's where I'll be testing the hypothesis of pi.
But but if you're doing, see, a lot of people do statistical studies and then call it scientific, when they're not actually taking any observations themselves. I mean, it can be scientific if you have confidence in those observations, or in the methods that we used in taking those observations. But purely statistical studies that collate large amounts of data, let's say from social science, or like I don't know, just some sort of statistical data from government bureaus, like that kind of stuff is absolutely not science, in my opinion.
If you're trying to draw a conclusion from it. So if you say, we're going to do a statistical study to look at the potential validity or invalidity of X over a large sample set. Here's our methodology. Then I would class that as a scientific endeavor.
I would say calling it a study is correct, but calling it science is incorrect.
Well, no, because it's methodological.
Not really. I mean,
You're trying to determine an outcome.
well, science specifically deals with measurement and observation, and repeating a measurement and observation.
Yeah, I agree.
And I mean, because there's a large sample set, you could say, "Oh, look, it's been repeated a lot of times," but without actually analyzing the methods used to collect that information, and it's just purely based on statistics, and it's a study we can agree on, I just don't see that as science.
Well, what if I was doing something like a mean time between failure study?
A what?
A mean time between failure. So that's something particularly from the IT industry.
Meantime, in terms of like between the system being compromised in some way.
Yeah, so let's take something really simple like a hard drive in a network storage array.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, before it fails, yeah.
Yeah, so, if one of them fails after 10,000 hours, then that's a single point of data. If I've got 1,000 of them failing, and because I'm actually collecting this data, then I can make the inference, well, according to the data we have, the average time to failure is this, therefore the replacement product should be that. And to me, that is scientific analysis, because I'm trying to determine an outcome. It's not conclusive in itself, but what it's doing is giving efficacy and benefit, because I'll determine that if I do this, then my chances of downtime are drastically reduced. And that's something that hard drive manufacturers have been doing for 30 years plus.
Yeah.
So, that's where we've got good data, good interpretation, and drawing conclusions.
That's from direct experience. And that's a I mean, let's see. And it's not agenda driven either. There's no reason why someone would misreport their findings of how long. I mean, unless they work for the hard drive manufacturers. I mean, they have no reason to lie about the failure rate of their hard drives. But some sort of
yeah, you're talking about now bias in studies, which again, I don't have a problem.
Yeah, and like what where the funding is coming from. What would be beneficial for them as an organization to report, or whatever.
And I mean, one of the things I can point to is not an absolute trend, but certainly a reasonably general trend in my experience in these debates is there's an awful lot of bias due to religion. And I think it's one from a science-based religion and two from a religion-based religion. So I'm not even sort of saying it's one side or the other. I think it's a little of both.
Yeah, that's, and you can tell when those arguments are being made. It's
cringy. Yeah, because again, I mean, I am a skeptic. I'm skeptical of an awful lot of things. Mainly because I understand how little I fucking know.
No. When you say awful of a lot of things, the only thing you're skeptic of. Sorry, mate, I have the hiccups. The only thing you're skeptic of is the Earth globe. That's the only thing you're skeptical of.
No, I'm skeptical of shitloads of other stuff.
No, blah, blah, blah. I'm scared of other things. You are scared, as Mel Beauregard would say on Gem Server. The only thing no, Kazeba. The only thing he is scared of is the globe, because he knows it isn't real.
Joe, I don't think it's helpful to build a straw man of what somebody else thinks, so we can character assassinate.
You see how
Get
I'm
some
yawning
sleep, dude.
over? Yeah, but do you see how I'm yawning over the shit you have to say, mate?
You do realise that wasn't me talking.
Because you're talking a laugh. We're talking laugh over here in Australia.
That was another
I've been
Aussie talking to you, not me.
Open, you're forevermore waiting for the bloke at the bottom to clear out the bricks, and you've got to make sure he's out the way.
Oh, that's Fred
Exactly,
Dibner.
mate. You're talking to the Scottish people that speak more Scottish than Australians themselves. See,
That wasn't a guy from Scotland. He was from Yorkshire. But
where do you think the
Yeah,
language
I
of
love this dude.
Australian?
I saw this like 10 years ago. Like he's there's a whole series on him. He has like
I love Fred
steam
Dibner.
engine and all sorts of stuff.
Guy's a fucking god. That's a Yorkshireman, Gerald. That's not a Scotsman. The Yorkshireman speaks more like this, you see. So he ain't Scottish.
Where's
He's
Yorkshire?
Yorkshire, and he'd be absolutely fucking horrified if you told him that he was like Scottish and stuff.
Where's Yorkshire? What's the thing? I found that.
Do you know where Yorkshire is, Gerald?
No, I found that southeast London actually sound very Australian too. What accent's that?
I don't think anything southeast of London, is it?
Southeast
Kent.
London. What's it called?
The ocean.
Jean's accent. What's Jean? How does Jean speak?
Gin's more sort of east, slightly east London, slightly northeast London. If you're going to have to place his accent somewhere.
The word for it, Jean.
He's not a Cockney, if that's what you're trying to say.
He's Cockney.
No, he's not a Cockney.
He's Cockney. Jean. And that's what I've been saying. I reckon Australian accent is full on Cockney. 100%. Is Cockney along with the rest. Correct?
No.
How is that wrong? Even Giuseppe
Australians speak a little bit more like this, you see, and Cockneys don't speak like that.
No, the retards
Yeah,
speak
you
like
South
that.
Africans, they speak with a very more clipped accent, and it's quite funny how the South Africans speak.
They're
Your
Dutch.
Vetsack and stuff, you know?
They're Dutch, and we don't speak like that, mate. We don't speak
They
like
don't
that, mate.
speak like that. Oh, that's Irish, isn't it?
No, that's more Birmingham. All right.
Exactly. Exactly. However you want to speak, you're speaking as a retarded way, however you choose. You see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't even matter.
I don't think anybody does, Gerald, to be honest, at the moment. I think you've had a few tinnies too many, you know?
Get a bit lonely, like, you know, on your own. You
By the way, Crispin, were you fairly impressed? I recognised Fred Dibner's voice from a background clip.
Like on your own.
But seriously, Gerald, you should watch Fred Dibner. He does some really good programs on sort of like the sort of history of sort of engineering and around sort of his experiences and how he grew up and the difference between, you know, the time that he grew up in and he was going through his apprenticeship and sort of the you know, fairly modern day, which was more the 90s when his program was out.
Yeah, he has like a steam powered or coal fired motor car sort of thing.
Yeah,
he builds a coal mine in his backyard and a few things like that.
Yeah, he's a very, very, very cool dude, and I kind of like it because he's sort of like the bridge between sort of that, you know, that post-Victorian phase to sort of up to sort of pre-modern phase is really when he did most of his work, and it's then looking at the modern day and really the difference in how people would do things, or really the time spent, the quality spent in doing things rather than mass production. Yeah. Bit modern for me, but I do like him.
More workmanship like. I just can't get over the accent. It's just different accent.
That's more Liverpool.
Well, I've been asking about accents, and what only I received here tonight is that I'm crazy.
They're cracking me Liverpool, come on.
According to you, no one cares about this. So You may as well just speak English here, guys. So
Well, there wouldn't be
what we're
much point
saying
me
here,
speaking another language, would there? Because can you understand any other language?
well, you can't speak any other language if you wanted to, mate.
Vous
You have
parlez en
no
français?
idea.
Je parle en français. Je parle en français. C'est horrible, mais je parle en
We
français.
can all speak French, and no one wants to speak French.
You know how you sound like, Gerald? You sound like Frenchie.
Frenchie. No.
Yeah. You know Frenchie. I mean, I don't watch any of his YouTube stuff, but I know what he sounds like.
Nah, nothing to do with Frenchie, mate. Don't worry about me.
No, you
Nothing
sound
to
like
do.
Frenchie.
Is that a good thing?
Incorrect.
I don't know.
No, it is not a good. No, it is not a good thing. I got the hiccups, man. Fuck. Too many fucking beers, bro. Oh, can't even count them.
You want to watch that? It's easy to fall into the beer trap.
The young lad can't handle his drink.
No, bro. I can't even count any beers. I will count them for you, bro. Oh, hang on. Give me a second.
You should stick to the wish to bear.
This young lad can't handle his drink.
Hey, bro. I've had 18 beers on the ground. 18. Hey, what's his name? Fool's decision.
Why do you need to drink that many beers? I mean, if you've had a hard day at work, right, a pint or two wouldn't go astray. Bit of
Fool's
replenishment.
decision's been able to drink
Come
18
with every
beers.
beer, you know. But
No, I don't tend to drink very much, Gerald, because my father was an alcoholic and a fucking arsehole.
So was mine, yeah.
Yeah. So one of us went one way and one of us went the other.
And you don't drink 18 beers?
No chance in hell I could drink 18 beers.
Why not? 18 is nothing.
It's a stupid thing to do.
Why is it stupid?
I think you're the example of why, Gerald.
Oh, hang on, I'm the example of why it's stupid. Me.
Well,
was it me all along? I was the reason.
No, you're a great example of why it's stupid to drink 18 beers.
Me, and why is that?
Because of the way you're sounding at the moment. You're sounding like a fool.
How do I sound? Like a fool.
I mean, if it makes you happy, you knock yourself out. But the real question is, do you need to drink 18 beers to feel good?
Really, I just don't really give a fuck, you know.
Because you said you're feeling pretty sick as well. You're a sick cunt.
I'm a sick cunt, and you.
I will give you one props, Gerald. If you have drunk, if you drunk 18 beers, which I've no reason to doubt you want, at least you're not continually repeating yourself over and over again. Because that is the one thing that drunk people do that really, really fucks me off.
I'm Australian, so I've been drunk many times. You know what I mean? So like, you either take the piss, or you can be a fucking gay cunt like you are, and be somehow pretentious. In the sense I'm not.
Of course, I'm pretentious. I'm British.
Yeah, you're British. Fuck you, cunt. You're talking to a convict Australian down here. I say, fuck you, cunt. What do you have to say to me?
I don't care.
Because you don't care. What do you care about?
Why should I care about what some drunk person tells me?
Because you sent me down here. Do you identify as English?
No, I identify as being British. I'm Scottish by origin. I was born in Scotland. I grew up in England.
Would you agree that we're friends?
No.
Are we friends?
No.
We're not friends. Hey,
I don't know you.
Friends. You know me. How would you know me? You know me, bro.
No, I don't. I've never met you.
We met many times around here, mate.
I mean, you're as much of a friend as anybody else I know, just purely from Discord. Less so because you can be quite rude. There are some people I kind of like on Discord. They're entertaining to talk to, and they have interesting things to say, and I can respect their point of view. But you're not one of them either. I'm just being
No, that's
honest
fine.
with you here.
You know, oh, I forgot you're a fucking retarded faggot. Don't worry, bro. I'll unfriend you because you're retarded. Don't worry, bro.
Cool.
Yeah, sorry, man. I forgot you're a fucking retard.
Hey, I'm retarded too. But
Yeah, sorry, guys. I forgot you fuckwit. I don't even want to talk to you here.
I just acclimated myself to it.
I think you were expecting some form of emotional reaction or shock because you're swearing at me. But Gerald, I'm an adult and I'm talking to somebody over Discord.
Exactly. So we're
Yeah.
not friends.
So why would I get
I don't
upset
know
about
why.
that?
I don't know why we even were friends on Discord to begin with. Because we're clearly not friends. Because you're a fucking prick, and we have nothing in common. So I'd say fuck you and see you on the other side. Fuck you if you believe the Earth is a globe. And I don't know why the fuck you're in this server. Goodbye, mate. And you never say you're a Celtic pagan again, because you're not. You are
I'm a Celtic pagan.
fuck yourself.
I've been a fucking pagan longer than you've been alive, mate.
I'm
Just
more
don't
pagan
stress
than
about
you
it.
are, cunt. Fuck
Cool.
yourself.
You can have an opinion, and that's fine. That's up to you. I don't care.
You do care, because you know I'm the only person that have paid you respect in more years that you've seen the daylight, you prick. Fuck
If
you.
that's what you think, that's fine.
If you want to pay me disrespect like you've done tonight, that's all you've given to me tonight. Disrespect. And
No, I've
that's
been
why
honest with you.
I unfriended you. No, you've only been disrespectful to me tonight.
You want me to lie and say you're my best buddy?
We've never been friends because you're a prick.
But you said we were friends. You thought we were friends. And now obviously you understand better.
We were never friends. I have nothing in common with you because you're a fag. I'm not gay. Did you forget that? I'm not gay. I
Well, I
am a
understand
follower
that you're
of
uncomfortable with your own
Christ.
sexuality. That's
I
absolutely
follow
fine.
God. I'm a straight masculine male. I am not a homosexual.
You're a follower of Christ and a pagan. Oxymoron.
I am a follower of Christ. Yes, I've learned the way of Christ, whether you like it or not.
I doubt you could even repeat the Christian creed.
Gerald, sometimes I like to wear women's clothing and
You're a
rub my
fag,
nipples
then you should
in a
go fuck
sexual
yourself.
fashion.
You're the same as Flutter the Skeptic here. You're a fag. Go fuck yourself. If
No,
you went with
he could be a heterosexual transvestite.
no, you followed the devil. And this is what the Bible speaks about. I don't even need to read the Bible to know this. This is why I follow Christ.
I believe you've never read the Bible.
Foolish decisions. Are you kind of mad now that I follow Christ?
No,
Maybe
I don't
Christ is
care.
so powerful that you can't handle that which
You
is
can't handle
that.
the truth.
Do you like
Maybe hey, Kazeppa, maybe only the most holy people can follow Christ. And maybe that's why I was driven from it as an atheist. Because I was driven from that which is most holy, and only the most
You're an
holy.
atheist now. I thought you were a pagan.
Now, I was a pagan.
You're a little
but
contradictory here, dude.
maybe
So you're a
the
Christian,
reason,
pagan, atheist.
maybe the
Interesting
reason,
mix.
maybe the
I want
reason
someone to write
pagans,
that down.
maybe the reasons pagans followed Christianity and Catholicism is because there was a reason behind it, and there was
Catholicism.
something only the pure could follow. I'm starting to feel that. You know, it is unfortunate that we see rapists and shit within the Catholic creed. No, within the Catholic Church, there is rapists, which has really done a taint on the creed. But this is
You
only
can't
seen within
recite.
the Catholic Church, so maybe the Christian Church is the better way, right? So maybe
Catholic
the
Church is a
English.
Christian church.
Maybe the English were right all along.
Well,
Maybe I should,
is it though? That's what
maybe I
I've
should
been questioning
discard
that
my
lately
Irish
though, because
ancestry and look toward the
Well,
English
you
way.
know what Catholicism actually means?
It means shite. That's what I've seen. It means shite.
no, I
No, I
know.
meant the word.
Christianity.
The word. What does the word mean?
I think
Universal.
Christianity is the answer.
Universal. Okay.
So the Catholic Church is the universal church.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
and then you have orthodoxy again. So Catholicism is an orthodox religion, as are the other orthodox religions. And then you have the Protestant religion, which is, the separations. That's the second great schism.
because when the Reformation going on, they there was a lot of hang on, I'm just playing chess here.
Because
because with the Reformation, right? They there was the main change was like, you don't have to be a good person. All you have to do is believe.
Are you a Christian, Giuseppe?
Well, no, it's a little more nuance to that. So, I mean, the main discussion was around the hierarchical dominance of papacy, which was seen as a negative. Two, it was around iconoclastism, i.e., creating physical representations of God and Christ, because that's considered an effigy and worship idols.
Mm-hmm.
You then had rejection of the Apocrypha, which is why you got less books in the Protestant Bible than in the Catholic Bible. And then it was a really good excuse for an English king to fuck a woman that he wanted to be his wife, which was why the English Reformation happened. And then in Germany under Luther, you then had the European Reformation, which is more around those kind of topics as opposed to a guy doing a mass land grab and grabbing all the cash from a very, very rich church. And then being the head of his own religion, which is why the Church of England, the head of the Church of England is the Queen or the King at the time. So that's your main differences. And then obviously, it's almost like, are you going to be a member of the Popular Front of Judea or the Popular People's Front of Judea?
Fucking PFJ.
As things started to split up.
Well,
But one of my favourite...
We are the PFJ. We are the People's Front of
Popular
Judea.
People's Front of Judea. Blitters. But yeah, but the thing I find always funny about the Wars of Reformation in Europe is in some parts of Germany it killed up to 80% of the population, and the average all over in Europe was about 20% of everybody died. Killed more people than the Black Death. The second Black Death. The first Black Death was a bit...
That's impressive.
Yeah. It was an absolute brutal sort of 70 to 80 years of absolute warfare, and it ended up you had Protestant people and Catholic people kind of allying against other Protestants and Catholics, because it went from being a very religious war to then being a very land grabbing war.
Why do humans kill each other over ideological differences?
Well, I can answer that question for you. Why do humans kill each other over ideological differences? It's called tribalism, and this is when racism gets into nature. This is when you see Germanic Celtic differences. This is when you see brown to white. This is when you see Jewish Catholic. You see Christian Catholic. This is when you see Muslim. This is when you see different differentiation between all that is thee. The Muslims call it Allah. All that is thee. No, all Allah. That is thee. This is when you look at Old English and you look, that is thou. And it's what we've proven. So what we've proven is there's no difference. You agree, and I see that God is real. And if you today, hey, shut up for a fucking second. If you today full decisions, let me finish. If you think
No, you shut up.
if you think God,
All right, it's just the
isn't
voices
real
in the head
today-
interrupting him.
No. If you think God isn't real today, I'd say fuck you. What about you guys? Do you think God isn't real?
So I think the problem that you got with that, I mean, I think there's certainly a certain amount of tribalism involved, but I think the big switch from a polytheistic society where people would kill each other over stuff, changed with monotheism, where people killed each other because they think they're right, and then much richer people say, great, I can use this so I can nick other people's stuff. Very, very rare that you see polytheistic cultures go to war over religion. Very
They
rare.
always went to war. The
Vikings were an
Celtic
ethnic
people-
mix. They weren't a single set of people. They came everywhere from
Yeah.
sort of, Russia, Slavs, Scandinavians, European, people from lowlands. It was a huge amount of people were Viking.
Yeah, in the
So it wasn't a
1500s,
specific ethnic group.
In the 1500s, the Maori people actually from the Samoa Islands actually took over New Zealand today, and they killed off the native people in the 1500s, and we now know them today as the Maori people that live in New Zealand, and they're the alleged native people of New Zealand for the past 400 years. But what we're saying here, it's like saying Australian Irish people are natives to Australia just because they wiped out old mate and Jim Beam back in the day 200 years ago. That's what we're seeing with the Maoris. That's why we see they're warlike people. That's why we see in New Zealand rugby, depictions, we see them do the haka and they go, wah, bah, and they scream like crazy people because they're depicting their warlike nature.
We are the
That's
hairy
what-
people.
That's my point. They weren't originally from New Zealand. The Maori people, the people that
No, the
give this to
Peloponnesian.
the exactly. They come from Ireland. Exactly, they come from islands, not from New Zealand. And New Zealand is it's a new island. I don't know if you guys have seen mountains in New Zealand. They are even bigger than Switzerland itself. You have mountains in New Zealand crazier than Switzerland, crazier than the greatest mountains you'll see in America, North America, or Switzerland, correct?
Probably. I do know that it's fucking, pretty off chops.
Correct. Yeah. New Zealand is insane. It is the newest continent seen in the world geologically proven, according to mainstream science. I want to ask Fool's decisions as he's a noob. But that's what I was saying there. We're seeing that New Zealand is a new land here, and we're seeing people like the Polynesians coming from the 1500s. But you got to ask about 1500s. What were the Europeans doing in 1500s? The Europeans in the 1500s were fucking each other
They were
over left,
killing
right,
each
center.
other during the wars of the
Exactly.
Reformation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bullshit. That's
Actually,
why
the
we
British
aren't
weren't. We were just
related.
the British were providing mercenaries to go over and kill them for other people because we're quite good at that.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah,
why
so
we aren't even related.
the highest mountain in New Zealand is Oraki or Mount Cook, and that's 3,700 meters. Mount Blanc is about
I've been to Mount Cook, so I'd say
Yeah.
fuck you.
So Mount Blanc is way higher than that. It's the tallest mountain in Europe. It's a good 1,000 meters tall.
You've been there.
I haven't been to New Zealand, but I have been to Mount Blanc.
Why haven't you been to New Zealand? You've been to
'Cause it's-
Switzerland.
I've been to Switzerland, yeah. About the only country in Europe I haven't been to, apart from a couple of little principalities, is Austria.
So you've been to Switzerland and you don't believe in God.
I don't believe in the Christian God, no. I don't believe it says in the Bible, "Thou shalt make cuckoo clocks."
Sorry, you don't Bible. I've never read the Bible, but I still.
Well, I know that.
Do you have a problem with that?
No,
I've
I don't
never
care.
read the Bible, but I believe in God, and I know God is real. And I know the Christian God is more real than the Muslim Allah.
God Israel.
Good for you.
God is real. Who said that?
Israel, you said.
God is real. But we don't want to talk about Jews. I want to talk to
That's
my
the same
friend.
God, isn't it?
Hey, Fool's Decisions. I'm going to add you as a friend again because you are my good friend.
Please don't.
We're not friends. We don't want to talk.
No. There's a lot of things that you say I don't like. If I'm just being purely honest.
What's that? What did I say that you don't like?
Well, I don't want to go into details because you'll get upset. But
No,
you don't have to have me as a friend. I'm always happy to pay a little bit of attention to you and listen.
No, you tell me what in details I said that you don't like.
Yeah, I don't have to do things that other people, you can request it of me, and I have the right to refuse, which is what I'm doing. Let it lie.
You said all you had to. That's fine, bro.
Let it lie.
Don't worry, mate.
The sun is going down, Gerald. The sun is going down.
Let's just say I'm not into it. And you can be like you are. I don't care.
Well, yeah. I don't have much choice to be who I am.
I know who you are. Just know I'm not into it, bro. But we can be friends, and that's why I offered to be friends with you. But
and I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's fine. And it's good.
I also appreciate you've drunk a huge amount of alcohol, so it's probably not at your best.
But even if, let's just say I weren't to drink a lot of let's just say I weren't to have drinking a lot of alcohol, we wouldn't have been speaking, correct?
I don't know that.
We wouldn't be speaking if I hadn't of drinking alcohol. And maybe let's even get more crazy. I wouldn't have been born if my parents weren't to have drinking this much alcohol.
You could do the drunken grandfather paradox. Go back, get your granddad absolutely pissed so he can sleep with his grandmother.
Yeah, you can be into it, mate. I thought we could have been friends, but maybe not.
If I go back in time, your grandmother's hot. I could be.
So I'm not into it, bro.
Well, no, she's your grandmother. That would just be wrong.
Hey, can you prove the existence of a black hole?
Of course, you can't prove fucking existence of a black hole. There's no such thing. The only thing we see proof a black hole is the double toroid helix system. And that's what we see within DNA itself. Helix system, double toroid system, the flat Earth. We know this. This is why we know God is real.
Can you prove the non-existence of a black hole?
No, absolutely not. Because you can't prove that there are green goblins on the far side of the moon.
I agree with you. All things are possible, within reason.
Black holes were invented to explain the non-Newtonian movement of quote celestial objects.
I thought it was a thought experiment by Einstein to try and work out what would happen if you sort of went over the tipping point. I thought dark matter was what sort of explains the galaxy rotational speed at the edge versus the core.
I just think they're so like liminal, or like they're so like then I don't know why there's so much research or so much conjecture about things that there is so little proof of the existence of. astrophysics is so.
There's no proof for it. That's why.
What's the
That's
proof?
why Paul Decisions is a faggot. He's gay, guys. I said it. Full Decision is gay. They're all transgenders. They're all gay.
Fake
The
and
only
gay.
people exactly fake and gay. The only people defending um the
He's trying to
flat
create an
earth
English outgroup approach.
is people like this guy and
Hey, I'm
these
probably
gay.
gay. I'd offer to fuck your grandmother if we went back in
Yeah,
time
but
and
your
she's hot.
profile picture is like a gay joke between gay people. I know that
The dude
because that's
is gay?
I know that your profile picture is a gif between gay people that like to jerk off to that guy. Is that correct? You tell me. Gay people like to jerk off to the picture that is yours, full of decisions, and that's what's your profile pic. Is that correct? It is true, and he knows it's true. And I know it's true because I'm a really smart person. I've done the IQ test, and I've gone up to 145 IQ. Tested. I wanted to accept.
Nobody cares.
I
You're
wanted
drunk,
to
dude.
accept you as a
You
friend.
really, honest advice, mate. Go and get some sleep. Sober up a bit. Because you're just talking a load of shit.
So you're mad I called you gay? You're mad I called you gay?
No, I don't care. I'm happy in my sexuality.
So you agree that you're gay? And we.
No, I didn't say that. That's
you gotta wake up for work or something.
But I don't care. I don't care. That's the whole point.
I got to
My
wake up
point
for
is
work in 5 hours. I can't believe I've been sucked into this drawn out conversation.
Giuseppe, if you have work in the morning, man, leave now. I don't have work till Monday myself. That's what I'm carrying on, bro. If you have work, leave. There's nothing you're gonna gain here. Trust me.
It is true. That is actually probably the best thing that he's said in this entire conversation. I'm going to go and get some food and maybe find a nice guy to go and fuck. Because Gerald thinks I'm gay.
Stay gay.
Wow.
Hey, maybe I'll tell you what, actually. If you pass out, Gerald, make sure your doors are locked. 'Cause I might come and visit.
Yep. Stay gay, dude. Fuck off. I was trusting me, dude. Fuck off.
Yeah, you see, you're too fucking drunk to resist now. Hey, I've got the gaffer tape.
You guys
All right, good night, fellas.
Yeah.
Take care, dude. I'll catch you later, Gerald. Sober up, dude.
Yeah, guys, sorry about that. It's fucking awful, isn't it? Like, I don't know if you, Dane or Jay, were listening, but I genuinely find it awful. I genuinely am a follower of Christ. Well, I try to, as an atheist. And the only energy that I see is that towards Christ, but it's hard to follow the energy, one which is being brought up. It's probably deception at the end of the day. But I don't know. I still have faith, and I find that the word faith, is so connected with Christianity in general, right? That they're almost the same meaning. There's almost no separation between faith and truth. I don't know, man. I think it's true. You know why I say this? Because, like I said earlier today, you know, I'm under the influence of ethanol, of course. Unfortunately, ethanol has a grip on my family history and my people's genetic history as Irish people and Scottish people, especially Australians, you know, descendant people. What we're saying is the idea of Christ and the idea of what is more than us. And atheism has only been around for a few generations. I've never been to Scotland, unfortunately. I've only been in Australia, in the bush, unfortunately. And on the bulla, the bush. I don't feel Australian. Are you Australian, mate? Yeah, in Australia we have what we call the bush. Scotland's awesome, mate. Yeah. Scotland's where you want to be. Imagine being down in Australia. And who are the native people of Australia? You're looking at Aboriginal people, you know, and I'm say I'm going to go into the sun for 5 minutes. It's like being in South Africa. I want to get sunburned. I'm going to get sunburned in the sun. But you see what I'm saying? My skin does not belong in this country. And I don't think I belong here. You know, even people in Ireland, they say they get sunburnt within 10 minutes of the sun coming out, right? So I don't think even Irish people belong in Ireland, right? But imagine being an Irish person in Australia with Irish or Scottish skin in Australia, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What we're seeing in Australia is permanent sunburn. That's why we have so many skin cancers happening in Australia. There's so many people getting sunburned when they're young. So they say most skin cancers actually happen within the first 15 years of your life. That's when the genetic mutation happens, they say. This is when you get into fasting and things like that. Like, if you fast for a week, you can probably kill all cancer cells in your body, and we know this, and we've proven this for many years. So fasting isn't a question. And on the bowler, I'm really grateful to talk to you, mate. If you're in Scotland, thank you, mate. I love to be in the land of Scotland. I believe it's the land of the thank you. I believe it's the land of the pure Scotland, the land of the Scotty people from Ireland. You know, the Scotty people came from Deutschland, actually. So we're all from Deutschland. We're all from the Netherlands, actually. We're all Dutch. So the Celts actually from Deutschland. The Celts from Deutschland 8,000 years ago. 10,000 actually. So the first white people from Deutschland to come to the British Isles came to Ireland, and they called the Neolithic people. Yeah. So the first people to come to the British Isles actually killed the Neolithic brown people. So what we see from history is that there were actually brown people that existed. Allegedly, brown people existed in the Europe before white people came from the Caucasus regions 10,000 years ago. 8,000 BC. But people weren't people back then. You know, we're looking at 50 feet tall people. We're looking at people that lived for 500 years. You read the Bible, right? You read the Bible, we have the proof. This is what you got to ask. You got to ask what is real and what we've inherited, right? Or the proof is the Bible. I'm not religious. I'm not religious. Sorry. Sorry. What I'm saying is the past history that we've seen. You know, because they, according to modern history, and on the ball, according to modern history, the Stonehenge wasn't actually built by the Celtic Bell Beaker people. So what we're seeing here is Neolithic people building these ancient structures along with the pyramids. So we're seeing an inheritance. Do you see what I mean? Hello, Godric. How you going, mate? Yeah, you get what I mean. You get what I mean. So Stonehenge, I have heard the Neolithic people apparently before. You know, when we go to talk about Celtic people, we're talking about the Bell Beaker people. The Bell Beaker people, you know, people like to relate us, reddish hair people as Neanderthals. We were never Neanderthals. We know Neanderthals never existed, right? And this is why we have people like Jesway Dodo. What does Jesway Dodo mean? And on the baller, type it in text. What does Jesway Dodo mean? I'll give you 10 seconds to type it. Jesway Dodo means I am Dodo. And let's look up what a dodo bird is. A dodo bird is a complete fake iteration of what history is. Right? So when you look up a dodo bird, you know, Jesway Dodo, Pete Shea is a fucking genius. And Geo, if you're listening to this, you don't have to reply, but you know what I'm saying. So Dane and On, if you guys are listening, you guys know what I'm saying. These guys are genius. Because what we're saying here is the idea of the dodo bird. This dodo bird never existed. And the dodo bird is the ultimate personification of what they tell us about dinosaurs, what they tell us about the great marsupials that allegedly man, they're telling us that fucking those kangaroos that were 2 stories feet tall, you know, and wombats that were as big as a room, right? And what do you think about a wombat as big as a room? Not real, man. You know, you got weird here. Even witch rolling his third eye. You know, they're telling us they were big wombats, big kangaroos. They did not exist, Larry, and you know this. These animals did not exist. There were no large marsupials, and that's why Jesway Dodo, I am Dodo. There was no such thing as a dodo bird. And the dodo was the very beginning of the fakery. And we can look up the dodo bird.
Talking about the taxonomical system as a whole, or they created like certain organisms out of thin air? What are you talking about?
Well, you can look up when the dodo bird came from. You tell me the time when they created the dodo bird. When did they imagine this dodo bird becoming extinct?
I don't know, bro. It's something I just heard about. And I always took it for granted, right?
If you look up on the internet, I don't expect you to. I don't really care if you want to. But the point is, the dodo bird never existed. But the point is, if you look up what it looked like, it is the closest relative, that being an extinct artificial reflection of evolution, correct? So the dodo is the closest representation we have to the fakery, that is evolution and the globe Earth. And Pichet has known this, and Pichet is the man. He knows what he's talking about, and it's a shame that I've been put on bad roles of Ten Panda server by Captain Bullshit, because I had a lot to say on the server, especially with people like Jin and Pichet, especially with the dodo understanding we have here, correct?
Yeah, the way I
Larry.
understand Pichet, Pichet is a lot like Alex Jones. Like he's right when you look it up, but sometimes he kind of blows it a little out of proportion. But if you look it up, what he's talking about, he's right. It's just he goes just a little bit too far with it. I got a lot of respect for Pichet. He's been around for 7 years, as far as I know, 6 or 7 years, and he's always looking for the truth. I don't necessarily agree with everything he says, but like I said, if you look it up, he's right. It's just he takes it just let's say, how much should I say? He always interprets it just a little bit different than me.
Exactly. So it depends if you want to interpret reality objectively or subjectively. So it depends if you want to look within yourself. So what I see within Pichet, also known as Jesui Dodo. So why is he called Jesui Dodo, Larry? Why is he called I am Dodo?
I don't know.
Exactly. So we're talking about the dodo bird. The dodo bird is the first imaginary creature, the closest relative that is taught in relative, conception or perception. A creature that was apparently to have existed. That was, you look into the history of why the dodo went extinct, but none of it's real. The dodo bird never actually existed. Do you see? And that's why BC is called Jesui Dodo. He's called I am Dodo. He is called I am your imagination. I am called the lie. I am that which is reflected upon thee. When's the last time you looked within a mirror? What do you think about what do you think about yourself when you're looking within the mirror, Larry? Sorry, I don't want to get personal. I'm talking about general sake.
Well, I don't often look in the mirror much, but I self-reflect all the time. I
Yeah,
pretty
so
much
do I, man.
I stay in a constant state of deep breathing, relaxed, chill. I usually don't get too happy or too sad or too angry.
Yeah.
Usually stay in the center path. But I often do a lot of self-reflecting, not so much on my physical appearance, because if I were to turn on my camera right now, you'd see that, I'm untrimmed, unshaven, pretty scraggly looking.
Yeah, are
Don't really
you,
care.
Larry? Are you a follower of
Yeah,
Christ?
I believe that I am. I believe that I'm full of the Holy Spirit,
You
the
follow
Great
the Holy
Spirit.
Spirit of Christ?
I believe that I am.
Thank you. And maybe we are friends there. I was brought up an atheist, but maybe we can both find salvation together in Christ. What do you say, Larry? The only reason I come to that is because how many people, how many generations before us do you think found salvation in Christ? Was it 20? Or was it 100? Maybe it was 200. Maybe it was 250 generations. Right? See what I'm saying?
Right. I
How
don't know
many
how many generations.
of
I
people
don't know.
that believed in Christ came to our positioning now? And how many generations of atheism do we have? So what I see is all we've ever believed for hundreds of years, ever since the flood, is Christ. So we can believe in Christ.
You know what Christ says to me?
Maybe Christ isn't real, okay? Maybe it's all a lie. Maybe it's all a reincarnation trap, right? Maybe it's all Gnosticism demiurge. But today, I
Yeah.
see
If
Christ
you're a
being
wizard,
exactly. If you're a wizard, but I'm a wizard. I'm a wizard, so I believe that to be true. But at the same time, you see reality pushing against Christ, and you see these old churches that are not built today, and maybe you see what I'm saying? Maybe Christ was real always, you know. No, but my point isn't heaven or nothing like that. It's esoteric Christianity. You know what I mean? There's something deeper to it, right? I'm
yeah,
not saying the
I
stupid
agree.
shit like Jesus or you can hell. That's not what I'm saying, bro. I'm not saying that at all. At
Me
all.
neither.
Exactly.
So for me, Christ is the way, right? So what I mean by the way that you should operate on this earth, because it's a game, right? So there's certain rules that you have to go by, but there's
Correct.
also certain rules that you don't have to go by, right? Like if I told you, give me your
Correct.
shoes, I rule. This is
The
my
way
decree.
of the woman that bites the apple. Correct, Larry? Thou that bites
Uh,
the apple.
no, that's not
You
really
do
what
not
I'm
have
talking
to.
about.
You do not have to follow the way that which bites the apple, Larry.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the apple.
We
I'm
we are
talking
talking
about.
about the apple.
Okay, so what is the apple to you?
The apple is. You've never heard the bite of the apple of Eden. Um,
Yeah, I
this
just
is
don't
what
know how it relates to what I was
um
talking about.
this is what Eve did. She bit the apple, and this is when sin came to in existence. And this is what you're saying. So
Mm-hmm,
the woman bit the apple, and the woman
mm-hmm.
is and this is what we see in old Nordic times. They say, "Why did Odin lose his eye? Odin lost his eye trying to find the secret of woman." Right? You don't look into the secret of woman. You don't look into why they bit the apple, Larry. Do you see what I'm saying? You don't look that direction. You only build the barriers, right? What do you say, Larry?
You lost me a little bit. I thought we were on one track,
No,
but you switched it up, and I couldn't follow. So I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Maybe I'm not on the same level or same frequency, but I'm willing to adapt to your level to try to understand what you're talking about. But you have to give me an olive branch.
maybe we're smoking different shit. Hey, Larry. Hey, I'm open to listening to you, mate.
Well, I'm open to listen to you, mate. What are you talking about?
Have you ever heard of Adam and Eve? We'll
Yeah,
ask.
yeah.
And so, how was humans born? How was human always born? It was born. The human figure was born through Eve biting the apple through the tree in the Garden of Eden. No, it was Eve, the woman, biting the apple, the forbidden the forbidden fruit. Who bit the forbidden fruit? It was a woman known as Eve.
Yeah,
You see,
yeah, yeah.
this is the biblical story, and this is known through old Germanic stories. Why did Odin lose? Odin lost his eye trying to find the secrets of woman. Because it's yin and yang. We're looking at binary code. Odin lost his eye because he tried to find out 0 from 1. Do you see? He tried see. That's the see. See means optical. Imagine losing one eye. You don't see. No. 0 and 1. This is when we look at binary code. And this is when we look at helix DNA. Do you see what I'm saying? The main point is the woman bit the apple. The woman was the first to sin. Do you see, Larry?
Right. Yeah, I'm with you. And Odin lost his eye because he was trying to figure out woman.
Exactly. And he lost his eye trying to find out. So what they say is to never look, never, do not give a fuck the magic of woman. Because Odin, the All-Father, lost his eye. He gouged his own eye up, trying to find out what the proof, what the energy of woman of Eve was. Right? Men do not deserve to know. We do not deserve to know what woman's energy gives off. None of it's real. And maybe this is what Christianity is about to an extent. Because so many, unfortunately, myself, as a follower of true Christ, I know many men conduct adultery. But so do women. And this is why we see the Larry, you got a crazy mic, bro. But what we're saying is the consumption of the apple of the Eve, the Garden of Eden, correct? Geo knows this. So does Anon the Buller. Anon the Buller knows this.
Trying to follow me, bro.
Larry, you still following me, bro?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up.
So we're talking about the consumption of the apple of Eden within the garden, and the fact that there was a snake, and on the Bola. So there was a snake within the Garden of Eden, according to prophecy, and Eve consumed the apple because the snake, tricked Eve into consuming the apple. And there was a snake within the tree. So we're looking at reptiloid beings. To begin with, we're looking at reptilian beings convincing humanoids, right? And that's what we're saying here. So we're seeing a snake convincing Eve to consume this apple from the Garden of Eden. And this is what we're saying.
Actually,
And 9,000 years later, this is where we're at, right? This is the prophesized end of times. And that's what we're seeing today. And we know this. And today we can even shake hands. Even in our final days, we can shake hands and go down with the boat together. And that's what I love about this server. Larry, go ahead, mate.
yeah, the reptilian race interacting with humans. It's actually one of the oldest stories.
Exactly.
You can go to any culture just about that hasn't been wiped out by the Romans and other conquerings, but the Naga in India, the
Correct.
serpent god Quetzalcoatl in the Americas, and in between there's these reptilian beings. Now, I'm not saying that there's reptilians controlling your government, right? This is
Well, I am.
what we're talking about.
Gerald is, Larry.
Well, anyway, let me finish. So what I'm saying is that in like ancient, folklore, history, whatever you want to call it, there's this story of it's basically like the Mario Brothers. Now try to follow me, okay? I'm not being funny. So the Mario Brothers are trying to gain like power, right? firepower, and they're searching for gold because you need gold and firepower to purchase more men. And the reason you need men because it's really hard to storm the castle. And when you storm the castle, you're storming the government, right? They're trying to get the women out of the government because the reptilians in the castle have stolen the women. Now, if you look at the story of Mario, there is no female Bowser. So the princess is the mother of Bowser's children, right? And that means that she was raped. She didn't like Bowser. She wasn't her type. But that's the way the reptilians work, right? They marry into the royal family, right? Even by force sometimes. Like, Jafar, right? He wanted to get in there. He wanted to get in the Sultan's good graces so that he could marry the princess and become the new Sultan, right? So this story of Mario, it's like, in a way, it's like the ancients' story, right? Of men in the past, what they've done. They've gained mushrooms and gained enlightenment, right? And then they take flour and then they gain power, right? And then with the flower power and the enlightenment and the gold, they take as many men as they can, or as many men as it takes to storm the castle in order to free the women, especially the royal women. And in a lot of ways, this story may be symbolic, but in a lot of ways, we kind of see that thing going on today.
Well, it's
So
called
that finally,
it's called
the fun,
blasphemy. Yeah, sorry, mate. It's called blasphemy. It depends if you want to put word against God. It depends on what angle you're looking at God and how you're gonna fight against that is with your heart. And you got to fight against the 5 sins. We all know what sins are. Hey, Larry, we can talk like crazy people. Larry, I was brought up an atheist, but as much as I want to think I'm separate from it, as much as I want to think that James Webb, guess what, guys? I saw the James Webb photo, right? And I put it on blurred, and guess what I saw? The David fucking Star. The Jews control us, guys. So I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that in a bad way. I don't really care. Jews can do whatever they want. I don't care. I'm not into it. I'm an atheist. My point is, I think Christ is potentially the savior. I think Christ is the savior because Christ has said the earth is flat, and the earth is in fact. Guess what, guys? It's flat, and we even us atheists have realized this. So, and there seems to be within what we see in belief with Christ is a war against Allah. So what we're seeing here is a war against white and Middle Eastern people. And why is that? Maybe that doesn't need to be the case, but it's been something that has been around for
well,
100
it's
years. And
because
maybe West. That's maybe. Sorry, Larry. Maybe that's why we see the illusion that is 9/11. Maybe that's why we see the fakery that is the Muslim takeover 9/11 of the Twin Towers, which obviously was an inside job. We all know this, it was an inside job, but we see this Muslim and Christian takeover. Especially me myself being so inclined to be Christian, so inclined to be this white knight per se, right? Larry, continue. Hey, but maybe it's not. Maybe that's not true. Maybe I shouldn't give in to myself. Maybe I shouldn't say I'm a follower of Christ. But at the same time, I want to believe in Christ. Why should I not believe in Christ? Right, Larry? Why should I not believe in Christ? Why should I not get mad about it, guys? why should I not get mad about the idea of Christ? And why should I not start yelling at you and telling you Christ is real, Larry?
Who else stood up against them?
Exactly. Who stood up against Christ? Larry, you tell me, because I don't know. I'd like to hear it.
The Pharisees stood up against them.
Who? I don't
You
think
know,
anyone has. Who?
stood up
Who stood
against
up against Christ?
the Pharisees. But, you
Who?
know, it's not, the Babylonians, bro. The people that you call Jews.
No. No, let's not
I
talk about
mean,
Jews. The Jews the Jews stood up against Christ. Correct?
yeah, in his mortal form, because they thought that once they killed him, they defeated him. But that's not how it
So
happened. It turned
the
out his
Jews
kingdom,
stood up against Christ.
yeah,
And why did the
and
Jews stand up against Christ?
because he was overthrowing their authority, what little authority that
Are
they
you
had.
Jewish, Larry? Are you Jewish, Larry?
No, bro.
Good. Good. So we can have an equal conversation. Because Jews think they're better than us when it comes to religious conversation, especially when it comes to those that were born atheist. Sorry, I'm taking deep breaths because this is serious to me. When I think Jews think they're better than us, I think that's unfortunate. That's why maybe Christ is real, because maybe the Jews aren't as great as they think they are. It's not, no, sorry guys. It's unfortunate that what we're talking about is being put on YouTube, so I would be careful with what I'm saying. I mean, no negative insinuations, of course.
So the thing is that there's ethnocentric people all over the world, right? The Japanese people, they don't want to be replaced, right? Wouldn't it be sad if like Japan like had a new policy where, you know, they let anybody come into their country and the country was
Yes,
flooded with non-Japanese people, and then within a couple hundred years the Japanese culture was erased?
correct.
Wouldn't that be
That's what
sad?
we're seeing. That's what we're seeing in the United States of America. That's what we're seeing in my personal state of Australia. We're seeing not even the United Kingdom, me origin land, and Ireland, Scotland, Wales, England. We're seeing the absolute takeover of our people. We're seeing it in Germany, Europe in general, and we're seeing it by immigration. In Australia, we're seeing. I go into the city in Sydney. I'm seeing more Indians. I'm seeing more Asians than I am seeing convicts Aussies. You see what I'm saying? The only time you can see an Aussie, a white Aussie, anytime you see a white Aussie, you probably got 10 Asians or Indians looking up to the fella. You see what I'm saying? This is where white supremacy comes from on the internet, because it's not our fault. It's just people happen to look up to us, bro. I was like, do you see what I'm saying? I'm not being racist, but it just seems to be how the world is, right? Like, who founded the Western world, guys? Larry, who founded the Western world? It was the British people. Why are we speaking English over Discord, Larry? Larry, why are we speaking English here?
Because we're descendants of the Brits. And
Because
if we're not descendants, we're descendants of people who were conquered by the Brits.
Because Britain's founded the world. No, and I'm descended as convicts, actually. If you know about Australia, I'm actually descended as convicts, meaning I'm descended from prisoners. Um,
Allegedly.
no, fuck off, Larry. Don't say that, bro. It's facts. I'm Aussies. I know we are descended from prisoners, and this is true. The 1900s and the 1800s were real,
So
Larry.
let
They were real,
me
mate.
help.
They were
Yeah, I'm
real,
not saying they
Larry.
weren't real.
Help yourself, you fuckwit.
I'm
Don't
not
tell me to help
disagreeing with you,
me.
bro. Listen to what I'm saying.
Oh, fuck off. Well, okay, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. But do you understand why I'm telling you to fuck off? Do you understand it? Do you
Yeah,
understand
I
why I'm telling
understand.
you to fuck off? Thank you.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. So the Irish and the Scots and other undesirables, quote unquote, were taken to the Americas, indentured servitude, right? And when the Americas, had their little problem with the Civil War and slavery was outlawed, right? Then they started taking people, these undesirables, to Australia. So I think it was King James who required 30,000
It's Captain Cook,
Irishmen.
not King James. Who the fuck is King James, bro? It's called Captain Cook. He was the first fella to land in Botany Bay, and he brought a fella known as John Small. So we're looking at a few thousand people on this first flight. I think it was like a few boats, maybe 3 or 4 boats. That we're saying the Botany Bay colonization. But we're saying fellas, we're saying convicts from England. Convicts meaning prisoners, not even landing in behind bars in England. They were sent all the way here on this land. And that's probably months. I think it's like 2 months on a boat to get to Australia. And guess what they call Botany Bay? New South Wales. New South Wales, that's what I see. New South Wales. You can say what the fuck you want to me land, but they sent us here. And who do you think cut down all the trees around here? Who do you think cut down all the trees, Larry? You tell me, Larry. Who do you think cut
The
down all
convicts.
the trees? Convicts. Thank you, Larry. My people, we cut down all the trees. We are laborist people. We are like we are like you fucking crazy. No, sorry, Larry, not you, but the American people. For anyone listening, the Black American people that want to say they were slaves and they go, "Oh, I'm a slave." Oh, blah blah blah. Guys, I'm a slave in America. And it's like, wow, guys, I shouldn't be talking about that because that's such a sensitive topic. Fuck you. Did you know Australian convicts were like that? Did you know Australian convicts were like that? Who do you think cut down all the trees in Sydney? Who do you think cut down all the trees in Australia? Who do you think were the convicts? We were slaves. White people. Convicts. Fuck yourself. We built this land. And that's why you have racist Aussies. You have racist Aussies because we built this land. And you have Asians taking over our land because we built it, man. What do you have to say about it? What do you have to... What?
I'm not in disagreement with you. I was only trying to elaborate.
Sorry, bro. Sorry. I think it's funny. I just love talking about it. It gives me a sense of Larry, go
So
on.
if I turn on my camera, will that be broadcasted live on YouTube?
Oh, you can turn on your camera, but I think you're not allowed to. But here, bro. I've tried to turn on my camera many times here.
Yeah, I was just going to show you that I'm Scots Irish.
Yeah, bro. Send a photo, bro. I sent a photo many times. Of myself. On Jim Panda's server, actually, I sent him a photo of myself. They banned me from that server because I sent photos of myself. Manner is Captain Bullshit. Banned me.
Yeah. You can share your screen, Larry, but it will go to YouTube. Yeah, if you do share it,
Thank you, Gio. Thank you.
like it'll pop up on the Discord inset part on the YouTube stream.
Bro, I sent a photo on my. Yeah, we shouldn't send photos of ourselves, Gio. Is that correct? I shouldn't send. Yeah.
No, it's up to you. It's up to you, but it will go on the stream. That's all, because that's how Discord works. When you share it, it pops up on the actual Discord app. So
Yeah, I'm not going to share it with everybody on YouTube and Discord. I was just going to show the guy that I'm Scots Irish because you can tell by looking at me. My eyebrows are so blonde that you can't even see them. They're almost like clear. So that with a red beard, and I'm 6'3", so I'm obviously of Dutch, Irish, Scottish descent, and a little bit of English too, and also
Yeah.
Cherokee and Choctaw.
Sorry, what? What's that stupid shit you said at the end? Some stupid shit. What's that?
My grandmother is half Cherokee.
Sorry, Cherokee. Oh, so you're not pure. Sorry, bro. So that's the thing. Americans are pure. Um, that's why I think Australians are awesome. No, I don't mean to be racist because I'm like, I'm Irish and Scottish and whatnot. So I'm not like a German. Oh, Sieg Heil, blah blah blah. I'm not into that, guys. I don't want to bring that across. To anyone that's listening, the audience. That's not my point. But if you're gonna say Cherokee, sorry, man, you're not pure. Sorry.
That's fine. What does pure mean? If I was pure Irish, that means that all of my ancestors are Irish. That
Well,
means they're all related, right?
wait. You tell me I'm not pure. I'll tell you my genes, Larry. My genes are Irish, mostly. This is by percentage. So Irish 50%, Scottish 25%, then Welsh, English 10%, and the only thing that is not Irish, Scottish, or Welsh, guess what it is? Or English? Scandi. The only thing is Scandinavian 4%. So I am 100% Northwestern European. I don't have this weird Cherokee fucking random shit you're going on about. You see what I'm saying? And I'm Australian. And this is why they say that the most pure Rh negative blood. Have you heard of rhesus negative? Rhesus negative? I believe Geo is rhesus negative. Correct? Geo, you know your blood type. Geo is rhesus negative. Geo is racist negative, and we know this. I'm not slandering him. I'm not putting words in his mouth at all. But this is just my take as Gerald, for any listeners. My understanding is that
Tell anybody in public if you're rhesus negative.
Larry, do you get into blood tests? Larry, have you done any blood tests often? When's the last time you did a blood test? Larry,
It's been a while, but I think I'm positive. Oh, positive.
you're positive. You're positive. That's unfortunate, bro. Tough luck. we're still friends. We're still friends, Larry.
That's all good. Yeah, I'm
Larry, are
not
you my friend?
Irish.
Larry, are we friends?
Of course.
Yes. Thank you. Cheers, bro. Cheers.
I'm always at peace, bro. I try to tell you that.
Yeah, bro. You're a legend. You're a fucking sicko.
Yeah, but the whole
That's what we
racism
need.
thing, it's a man-made construct.
Oh, you think I'm racist? I'm
It's
not racist. You know
man-made.
why I'm not racist? Because
No, I'm
I'm
not
Irish.
saying you're racist.
I'm Irish. I'm not racist. I'm Irish and Scottish. How could I be racist if I'm Irish and Scottish? Do you know how many years the Irish have been fucking pounded against the English? 800 to 1,000
Gerald, he's not calling you racist. He's saying the idea of racism itself as an idea, as a concept, is a made
I
up
wasn't
construct. He's not calling you racist.
Sign. Chill the fuck out, dude. I wasn't attacking him. Larry, was I attacking you? You know I wasn't attacking you, Larry. I was talking in general about the concept. We're talking about the argument about the perception of white people being racist. Sign. Thank you, Sign. Thank you for contributing.
Yeah, everything
And
everything is racist now in this modern age. This is what you need to
yeah, yeah,
understand. You can actually go to Google and type in it's literally a game that they play on Twitter. You can type insert anything here is racist and you're going to get a return. I got a return today on toilet paper is racist. Literally not being racist is considered racist nowadays. It's not
definitely,
good
man.
enough. You need to be anti-racist. Like literally,
Son,
the game is rigged against you, and you're a bigot no matter what you do.
son, can I ask you one question? Are you a follower of Christ?
Yes, absolutely.
Awesome. Son, thank you. And I love you for that. I love you for being a follower of Christ. And so am I, mate. Even just you saying right now that you are, quote unquote, absolutely a follower of Christ, why should I not be? You know, I go driving past these beautiful churches and these beautiful structures that we don't build today. We built them. We built these churches hundreds of years ago, and the only reason we existed were because of these churches. Correct, Simon? Um, so we all have to be followers of Christ. Correct, Simon?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, no,
Thank you.
this the
Thank you.
sanctuaries of God, bro. The temples, the church, the sanctuaries
God,
of God.
God is
Yeah,
real.
absolutely.
God is real.
Absolutely.
God has always been real. Yes. And
Hosanna,
Simon,
bro, Hosanna in the highest. Amen, bro. Hallelujah.
Simon, I was brought up an atheist. And
Me too. Me too.
yeah, and we found the same answer, and we found it through the churches, right? We found it through what is around us, and it's real, man. Perhaps
Well, yeah, I mean,
Christ is true.
I don't necessarily. I wouldn't say that I came to God through the like. I found God through. It was a kind of a complex, series of events. It wasn't specifically through the church, but the reason that the church exists, you could say probably, yeah, it did. The reason that the church is around, obviously,
No,
influenced my
exactly. Yeah,
behavior
no,
and,
same, bro.
and stuff.
I didn't see the
Yeah.
church, and that jacked me off. But that's the point. That's the point. I think through sin, like through compounds like lysergic acid and dimethyltryptamine, psilocybin, these sort of psychedelic compounds that we see. These questions we try to find within the self prove the soul, no? And we meet these machine elves. They're all real machine elves. All these creatures. Terrence McKenna speaks about it. Alan Watts. It's all real, man.
Well, I would
God
be
was never
careful.
not real. Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I'm not.
No, son, you're right. You be careful where thou treads. You be careful where thou treads,
Well,
son.
let me
Thank you.
just say this. Let me just say this. Yeah, I'd definitely be careful with psychedelics. Like I've had my time with those sort of things, and I've found those endeavors to be fruitless. I'm not saying that there's nothing to learn there. There definitely are things to learn with the psychedelic substance or whatever. But I think that people get stuck on them. They get hung on them. You basically need to get what you need to get from them and move on. You don't need to keep
You
doing
pick
them.
up the phone
There's
and you
but,
take it up.
well, here's the thing. There's no more insights they can really give you when you abuse these things and take them. So I like my interest, and I think a lot of that stuff too. You're invoking. The thing is like, you're invoking these like spirits, these like weird. A lot of these people think that these realms are actually like realms of Satan, realms of evil. The DMT realm is hyped up to be this like, wondrous thing, and it's so great and wonderful, and you like leave your body and lose your quote unquote ego or kill your ego and stuff, and it's like. But these people like keep going back and doing it and doing it and doing it. And it's like, okay, well, and it says, in the Bible that we must basically have a temple so the Holy Spirit can dwell within us. The Holy Spirit needs a clean and untampered and, a pure place to dwell inside your body. So you can't have it full of these toxins, right? And these substances that are essentially like poisons.
Yeah, no, man, I agree with that. Actually, that's correct. And would you believe that alcohol is a toxin along with the psychedelics, or do you think
Well, well,
the
yeah,
psychedelics
that's exactly why
are
they
different?
call alcohol. Yeah, that's exactly why they call alcohol spirits, right? When you
Yes,
drink
yeah, yeah,
alcohol, you fill your body with the spirits. It leaves no room for the Holy Spirit, right? And the Holy Spirit
Well,
is
no,
your
no,
direct
okay.
connection to
What
God.
would you say, Son, if that within my case right now, after having a hard time at work, but guess what I was listening to at work when I was on the Whipper separate work? I was listening to a radio station known as Faith FM, and I was listening to people in America's, Americans speaking about God and these things, speaking about just amazing things, just radio speak, right, about God. And I see myself here, but the only time now that I truly believe in God, I tell my coworkers, yeah, God's real, blah blah blah. But the only time I can really see God to be true is within under the influence of alcohol. What would you say about that? What would you say that, in my perspective, that I believe God to be true under alcohol? Someone.
No, I mean, I don't know what you specifically mean by that. Like God is true only under alcohol. I mean,
No, no, but
God
in
is
my
true.
perspective, no, that's not. No, I do not want to put God's name under that at all, man. Please don't, man. You're gonna make me cry. I did not say that God is only true under alcohol at all. No, that is not my intention. Please don't.
Are you? Well, no. Okay, maybe I just misconstrued. I see what you're saying. Is that your
Please get
connection
on.
with Him is only is through
No,
alcohol?
in this, no, not only, but in this situation that I only like have profound love in terms of um with us in general, right? Me being
Well,
so
here's
open
what I
as an
here's what I'd
introvert.
say to that.
Fine.
Here's what I'd say to that. I'd say that basically we're all sinners, bro, before God. There's no sin is greater or lesser than the other. They're all equal. They're all like we're all falling short of God all the time. And I'm saying that it's things in the excess. It's not that you like can't drink or whatever, like can't partake in a good drink. Because like I think that sort of thing is ordained.
Yeah,
Like it's just nothing in the excess, right? It's these
yeah,
things. It's
yeah.
like that. Yeah. So it's you know, it says that he gives us basically dominion over all of the herbs of the field, right? This is including like hops and weed and stuff, and all the other drugs. But I think it's at the end of the day, like, again, it comes back to having a holy temple, having a pure temple, having a clean slate, a body in which the Holy Spirit can, because that is the Holy Spirit, bro, is your direct connection to God. Like basically, if God is a Wi-Fi or some sort of like big signal antenna, think of God as like an analogy to like a
Yeah,
big
I believe that.
like the Holy Spirit is like the Wi-Fi connection to that antenna, right? And like
Hmm.
that's how that sort of works. So you need
But
that.
can I ask you a question? In regards to the self and life, do you believe that if you believe in Jesus or God, whatever it say, so you go to heaven for thou that is thee? So you go to heaven for thou that is thee, and not that any other that is thee. So pretends any other cunt. Why does thou be that it's such that is thee sent to heaven, right? Imagine thou that is thee sent to heaven, but why should none other than thee sent to heaven for no other reason, right? Do you see reason? And we're looking at self. Maybe it's not as simple as that. Why do very ugly people, I sorry guys, I can't relate because I'm not ugly. But my point is, very ugly people that are very fat and whatnot, people that just, even if they were to believe in so-called Christ, which, sorry, I don't mean to say in a bad terms, but even if someone was to believe in Christ and they were to go to heaven, why are thou that is thee sign? Do you understand what I'm asking?
I kind of understand what you're going on about, but I sort of maybe lost you a little bit there. I don't know. Maybe
Why
if you
is
could.
thou that is thee? No, no. My point is, or you don't have to answer if you don't understand. But anyone here that is a Christ follower, and I'd like you to answer because actually, I am very close to being a deviant Christ follower, like almost like fucking like a crusader type Christ follower. If you can answer my questions, right? So, why are they disabled, or these people? Why are thou that are thee? If you can answer my question, why is thou thee? Do you see? Why is
Well, that
thou
seems
thee?
to be yeah, that's a pretty like ontological based, like philosophical Zen like sort of
Yeah.
question, and
No,
it's
but
like,
but here's the basic question: why is thou thee, and why should thou go to heaven, as per se? Correct. Why should go to
well, it
heaven
says
as
that
thou
there's
that is
only
thee?
right. There's only one name by which we
Right?
can enter in heaven, right? Yes, I agree. I'm just saying that,
Why are
like,
you going to heaven as you are, and why am I going to heaven and that I am? Or that some fuckwit, ugly, or blah blah blah, even some cunt who loves murdering people, or some sinful bastard is going to go to heaven because he sends himself to Jesus, or pays his respects, whatnot, whatever it says in the Bible. Sorry, I don't mean to pay disrespect, but do you see what I'm saying? Why is thou thee? Why is thou thee? Why am I myself? And why are you yourself? Maybe there's something more to it than Jesus, right? Maybe when we say Christ, we believe in something so much deeper. Because when I sacrifice myself to Christ, I sacrifice myself so great, than something so great that I can't even comprehend it, right? And maybe none of us can comprehend it, and maybe when we talk about it, we don't even know what we're talking about, right? Maybe none of us do. And maybe that's the whole point. And maybe that's why this has been spoken about for thousands of years. And maybe that's why our ancestors have all been Christians and Catholics, correct? Because we've believed in this and we've known this to be true, Sign, correct?
well, yeah, the traditions go back, man, as far back as we can go, really. Yeah,
And that's all we've known. So I've asked my ancestors, and all they know is the Bible and God. And when you look at the Bible and God, you're looking at Christianity and Catholicism. And when we look at Catholicism, we're actually looking at Illuminati. So the only truth I see actually is Catholicism. So maybe the Catholic Church, Christ, is correct to an extent. But what we know is the Star of David is bullshit. What we know is the globe Earth is not real. What we know is that the Earth is flat. And what we know is there is no such thing as space. Correct. Sign, you know this. You know there's no
oh
such
yeah,
thing
oh
as
yeah,
space. Thank
yeah,
you.
100%. Yeah.
Thank you, Sign. I appreciate that. We know
Yeah,
there's
I know.
no such thing
It's
as
funny
space.
because I actually found flat Earth before I found God. That sort of eschewed me into the Creator, and I sort of found the Creator through like logic
Yeah.
based sort of stuff. And so it's not originally how I came to the flat Earth, right, or how I discovered the flat Earth through the Bible or whatever. But the Bible, like, then after finding the Bible and God and stuff, like, then reading and sort of understanding the scriptures and some of the stuff that they talk about the Earth in there, it's like it makes it clear that it's like then that just like reaffirms everything that's like sort of happening. And the
Yeah.
Earth is this just crazy
Sign,
place, bro.
it's crazy. So my question is to you. Sorry, I really don't want to interrupt because you're on a tangent about your mind and what's real. But my question is to you. What's real for you, and um, do we live on a globe or an Earth, or a flat Earth here? What reality sign do you think we live on here? This
Well,
is the real question.
we specifically live on the Earth now. Whether it's like what shape
Inside,
is it? No, we live.
potentially. Do we live?
No,
Do we
well,
live on the Earth, or do we live inside the Earth, or are we the Earth sign? Are we the
there you
Earth?
go.
Because we got to ask the question. Yeah, there you go. God maybe is the Earth, and this is why we
Well,
see Old English, and they say "thou that is thee." They say "oh, thee that is thou." You know what I'm saying, bro? Do you know
no,
what?
this is getting a little muddy. This is getting a little muddy for me, right? Like, yeah, in a
Sorry, bro.
sense, I see
Sorry.
what you're saying. Like, we are a part of the Earth, but we are not distinctly the Earth. These things have their like names and definitions and
Okay.
distinctions for a reason.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, like we exist as a part of the Earth ecosystem. You could say in one way we are part of the Earth, but
Definitely.
we don't equal the Earth, right? So the Earth is a
No.
separate thing with a whole separate of like causal interactions and stuff. That the Earth exists separate of us, right? Separate. So,
Correct. And
right.
do you think we own that privilege, or have we been what do you say? So we are seemingly separate from the earth, correct? By whatever it may be, but do we own this position, or have we been the opposite of earned? You know,
Gifted.
Well,
not no, gifted is not the opposite of earned. You know, almost prisoned of the earth. Whatever verb you want to give for that. Sign. What do you think? Do you think we've been gifted our experience?
Yeah, I believe this Earth has been sort of this existence, everything has been gifted and willed by the ultimate ordained divine mind of God. Absolutely, this is a gift. This experience is a chance to
Yeah.
absolutely.
Well,
I think that
I think me and you, Sign, can agree that it's a gift to us, white people. But I know many people that are Indian, many people that suffer. Actually, many millions of people suffer.
but suffering is not the planet's fault. It's not like this is the constructs and the systems that the humans have then made by their own will, right? And this
So
is
you
what
believe in white privilege, Sign? Do you believe in white privilege?
why is this like why are we getting into race? Like how did this get into
No, no, I'm
racism?
not. No, I'm not
There
getting
are
to it,
white
bro.
people that suffer as well, though. So it doesn't
Dude,
mean
Exactly what. I'm not racist. I'm not getting into some weird shit, bro. My point is the argument itself. Like we're looking at white people ourselves because we ourselves are white people. You do not be weird about it.
suffering doesn't mean
Yeah,
imprisonment, bro. Like it's a byproduct of free will. So like the only other option would be that you don't have free will, and really what would be the purpose of life without that? So if you didn't have a decision between good and bad or right or wrong, or you weren't able to make mistakes, then there would be no purpose of life.
wait. So, yeah, correct. Can I ask you a question? Are you a follower of Christ?
Yeah.
You are a follower of Christ, and do you
Yeah,
believe?
Yahusha, yeah.
Do you believe that I should follow Christ myself as Joe? Should I
I
follow
think that
Christ?
you should have a personal relationship with the Creator, and the Messiah came to show us how to live. Yeah.
And how should I? Thank you, Wit. And genuinely, I want to ask you, and for all the listeners here that are interested, how should I have a connection with the Creator?
You just have to humbly talk to the Creator like you would talk to one of your best friends or like your dad, but you can't like lie. It's not like you write a letter like "Dear God" and all this stuff. You just have to be really honest and ask him questions and ask him to show himself, and then he'll start to actually do that. But it's like nothing to do with religion. The Creator actually hates religion, from my understanding. But yeah, just like a personal relationship. Like, it's like humbling yourself to ask him to show you, and then accepting what he says.
So
And
you
it's not
say
going to be like some
he?
thunderous
Is it a
voice.
man, or is it so you humanoid, or you personify the idea of God? Is that correct, or is this just how we perceive? Sorry, but you're cutting out a bit.
Bad service, sorry.
No worries, bro. Yeah, no, because I'm really interested, man. Like, being brought up an atheist. Like I said earlier tonight. I work landscaping, and so I'm listening to Faith FM, right? So the local area, we're listening to Christianity and this sort of speakage. And I'm really interested in it because, you know, the only solace I found was through compounds like lysergic acid and psilocybin mushroom, right? but maybe even through God and through the gospel and you say whatever the bells they're ringing, right? These Christians and Catholics to brew the lands with.
Well, Gerald, I just want to ask you. Well, I just want to ask you a question, right? So you say you're like trying to find God, and you found God or whatever through like drugs and substances.
No. I haven't found shit.
Oh no, hold up, real quick. Yeah, but let me just. That was just like a quick summation. You can correct me if I'm wrong later, but I'm getting to the crux of my question is that have you read the entirety of the scriptures? Because this is the thing about the Bible, right? The Bible, they say, is a living book. Okay, it reads you as you read it, and it is as we know it, like one of the biggest mysteries like there sort of is, and it's like we're called to sort of like figure out the hidden meaning and the revealed meaning like in the texts. And so like one of the most important things you could do is like ask God. It's sort of like Whitsitt was saying, it's like this is called the seeker's prayer, right? You sort of you ask kindly, and you sort of ask to be shown, God, and ask to be revealed. And you also have to like be open about reading the scriptures, because that's where the knowledge is. That's like the timeless knowledge within the Bible. It is like it's eternal, like the logos, like that's what Christ represents. God is the logos, the truth, and the light. So you have to approach it with this mindset of that, right? And all of the mysteries are contained within. It's up to us to perform exegetical hermeneutics and figure out, right, the message contained. Is this right, an analogy? Is this literal, right? Is this what's going on here? And we have to like translate and stuff. So it's like I'm just saying, it's like you want to like you have to read the scriptures. Like substances are not short
I
to
don't
God.
agree with substance. Like you say, Sean, I completely actually hate almost every experience I've had with said substances have been terrible, right? They've never been worth it. The only good times I've had have been connection with this so-called God and this understanding here of this God that we connect with. But
well, let
Hey,
me
bro, the
just
craziest
explain.
trip I've ever had was actually whenever I fasted. So I've tried LSD, I've taken shrooms, back in the day, more than once. But when I fasted and like prayed, so I turned off all my devices. I didn't get on my phone or the internet or the computer, and I like just didn't eat. And I wanted to know a few answers, and specifically, I was trying to figure out like I wanted to really understand like the nature of the creator, and kind of I had like a few scriptural questions I had. Anyway, dude, like 2 days in, I started like tripping balls basically, bro. But it wasn't like as chaotic as LSD or shrooms. It was like this really clean, intuitive, like overwhelming sensation. It was very crazy. So it's like fasting is like the little good perks you get out of like taking psychedelics times like 1,000. It's very crazy. Like if you pray and fast.
so,
Like
how
I'm
many
not
days
just
did you
saying that.
fast
It's
for with?
insane.
How many
I
days did you fast?
only not even a full 3 days. But like at the 2 day mark, like approaching the 2 day mark, I started like tripping. Like I could like, I know it's gonna sound crazy, but I could like see into the ether some, and I could like feel things around me very intuitively, and I was just getting a lot of revelation, and I was like things were clicking with me in a really crazy way. Yeah.
When
Well, fasting is
that
insane.
Yeah, no,
Sorry,
I've
man.
heard that's awesome, Whitson, and I think that I've heard other people also have really profound experiences on fasting. And as it says in the Bible, it says we're pretty much called to fast. And I think this also hits on the note of what I was talking about earlier, about where your body has food in it all the time, which is a substance, or drugs or whatever, or other toxins like alcohol and stuff. When you eliminate all of that stuff, it allows the Holy Spirit to sort of enter in your body more, because you're and on all of this stuff and how the chemistry of your body works. It could be a little bit of DMT being released or whatever in very small amounts and stuff, but it's like that sort of thing is strength. That's what we're called to do, is fast and stuff. So
Yeah. Like you said
Correct.
with the antenna thing, it's like it unclogs the antenna. I think like there are always these signals. There's this one-way signal to the creator, and your pineal gland is your antenna that receives the signal. And we have it so clogged down, and our bodies like wheels are so clogged down, they slow down. When you fast, it starts to get it all out, and then you can start to actually interpret and receive the signals better. Like the scripture straight up say, if you have a question, fast and look for the answer. And it's real because I did it. I actually did it, and it's like insane.
How many days did you fast for? Have you guys ever heard of that man? What's his name? He fasted for 40 days. Not Jesus Christ, but even a local fella, allegedly. We're seeing people, you know,
Well, Gandhi was notorious for fasting.
not even these crazy people, like even modern people. I think his name is Connor Murphy. And he was like, you guys know Connor Murphy. He fasted for 40 days.
Yeah,
You
man.
guys know him?
Yeah.
Started his own church. Like he went to a church.
Connor
He went to a
Murphy.
church, and they wouldn't answer his questions, and he went and fasted, and then he ended up starting his own church, and everyone from that old church left and went to his new one. I've never done 40 days. That's very crazy.
You fast for more than
No one's ever fasted for 2 or 3 days. They've got to do it.
you fast for more than 5 days. Sorry, your internet fucked up a bit. You fast for more than 5 days, and you'll be running your own church. That's correct. Definitely.
Fasting is a very important thing, bro. Like it's
It is crazy.
I just wanted to point that out. I've taken hallucinogenics, and I can assure you that it's like a knockoff version of the real thing. Because whenever you're tripping, it's very chaotic. It's very chaotic, but it's not like that whenever you fast.
Yeah, man, and to think like you have to understand the origins of LSD too. A lot of like the whole like Albert Hoffman sort of like synthesizing it. This is like ridiculous. It was all like CIA. Like if you actually look at that story, it's just a bunch of nonsense. This was all like this was all of the psychedelic movement, which actually happened prior to the 70s. A lot of people don't know this. It was 60s. They actually were doing it in the 20s. They were tripping. Aleister Crowley, these people. They were heavily doing this stuff way before it was popular. The CIA and stuff was able to mass produce this. How do you think all these people in the 70s were getting high grade acid for free? They were literally just handing it out. And let it be known, dude, like this stuff is nothing you can just make in your fucking bathtub. This is like some of the more complex stuff that needs to be very well meticulously synthesized and stuff. No one was doing this at that time in their fucking bath. No one had this. This was all a very well planned and just operation that stemmed from MK Ultra to basically just propagate this nonsense of LSD and acid. And look, I'm not saying like have fun, it's cool or whatever, but like learn what you can from it and get away. There's nothing down that road. That's not truth. That like the Holy Spirit tells me like full stop that like psychedelics are just, it's a dead end hole. There's nothing to be like close to nothing to be learned there. And it reeks of just awfulness.
That's true.
It's a tool for deception because what used to happen to me is I would develop like a God complex. Like I would start to think I was making revelations, and it was that I in fact was effectively the creator of the realm that I experienced. And then I would have these crazy things because it does open up your mind. So one time I started thinking about, well, what is electricity? And as soon as I looked up at the light, thinking about it, every light in my house flickered, and that had never happened. I'd lived there for a year. So I was like, oh, wow, I'm like figuring this stuff out and all these different signs. But now when I have like a crazy revelation, the lights will flicker when I'm sober. It takes these powers we have in it and it deceives you with them. And it kind of gives you this God complex. That's my experience. So like I said,
no, 100%.
You're very naive.
Yeah, no, that rings true to me too. It's because like a lot of the time, and that's sort of like why I got away from all these circles, dude, was that like the people involved with this sort of stuff is like they have this really pompous sort of like God complex, all these people in these circles, and it's uncomfortable. It's like I've done the big trip and you haven't. It's like sort of, it's not precisely that, but it's these like weird meta tactics that these people do, and it all reeks of just total weirdness.
It reeks of ego.
Yeah,
it reeks
ironically,
of, the code, right?
If you have to brag about how detached from your ego you are, you're not detached from your ego. It's like, I'm so humble. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you're not.
Right. Yeah, 100% full stop. And what, real quick to tie this in, and because I have to go here, I have to get back to work here in a minute, but I'll just end with this. This is really interesting. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they were talking about this, and I had no idea. The New Age, this whole New Age thing, basically came about around the 1900s. Like the New Age, the term the New Age really wasn't mentioned before. This person known as Alice Bailey, who this is who, and you can look this up. Alice Bailey was like the one who went over to like Eastern places and got all this like Eastern mystic guru stuff and all this wisdom. She wrote all these novels, she wrote all these books and stuff. And the UN, you can look this up, promotes her books, and they have forever. And it was under when she first started publishing books in the early 1900s, her publishing company was called Lucifer Publishing. Full stop, dude. You can look this up. This is not a conspiracy. It's not a joke. And then basically what happened at these world fairs that were going on and around the turn of the century, you know about these world fairs, that big all this weird stuff. There was the fairs that Thomas Edison and Tesla were having their competition between who was going to light the fair and stuff. Those world fairs that were going on around the end of the 18th century and the start of the 19th century, that's when they got the Rockefellers promoted these gurus to spread the idea of this, because they want this new world religion, dude. They want this new idea. It's called ecumenism, and this is the spread to like unify and pollute all the traditions of and all the different denominations of Christianity. They want to completely ruin it, make a one world religion, ruin tradition, ruin the faiths. They want to usher in all this new age garbage. And it was literally the publishing company that did all this. You can look into it. Now it's called Lucis Trust. And on there, they literally promote, they have like a whole plan for the world that they see. They promote this woman, Alice Bailey, Aleister Crowley, and H.P. Blavatsky. And it's all just nonsense. It's all just this new age gobbledygook elitist thing. And the UN literally promotes her stuff openly. They're like, they want to sell her book. The UN promotes a Lucifer Publishing. It's like the most none of this is conspiracy. You guys can all go look it up. Fucking mind blown, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Can
Like
I?
David Spangler said, no one will enter the new world without taking the Luciferian oath and initiation.
Yeah, and this is one of their things in their outline is they're trying to quote unquote summon the new Messiah. They're like, we need to go into the new age of the new Moshiach, right? They're like trying to get, it's like totally insane, dude.
Yeah, you guys are talking about the age of Aquarius and their Messiah being Lord Maitreya.
Yeah, that also rings a bell. It sounds really familiar. But I would hope to continue on this conversation, but I do have to be getting out of here. But I'll be listening in the background. So.
Yeah, that would agree with a lot of research that I've done. I've definitely seen Alice Bailey and Aleister Crowley's work and Helena Blavatsky. These people are some of the wickedest people in history, as far as I can tell, promoting all kinds of weird stuff like sex magic and, I don't want to really get into it too much, but beastie.
Well, exactly. Exactly. And real quick, it's like, it's funny when these, and I'll link a couple of this stuff here in a minute. I'll link some of this stuff to where you guys can actually see. It's so funny when people say, oh, there's no like group that is like ruling, that has a plan or that's ruling. It's like, yeah, there actually is. And none of it's conspiracy. It's literally the UN. They promote all of this shit. They have their outline, their plans. It's all in accordance with Alice Bailey. There's like a clear direction they want to take everything. So when people say, oh, there's no conspiracy, a group of people that it's like, yeah, it's all in tandem. It's not just those people though too, it's much more than that, but it is like there's very clear like sort of direction that they want everything to go, and these people are guiding it by these Crowley, all this nonsense. I'll link a couple of this stuff, but I gotta go.
Speaking of all that, do you guys know who Benjamin Creme is?
Nope.
Okay, so Benjamin Creme is this old guy that claims to have been contacted by the head of the White Brotherhood, which is Sanat Kumara. And basically, Sanat Kumara told him that he will be, I guess, the prophet for the coming Maitreya that will unify the world into a one world government. And one of Benjamin Creme's claims for this coming age of Aquarius is that before the age of Aquarius begins, UFO sightings will increase more and more. That was one of his claims.
And he
Yeah,
also
of
has
course.
a website called Share International where you could find more information on him.
Yeah, like I think that's why I tell people flat Earth's not gonna save you. Flat Earth isn't the end all be all because they're gonna come and absorb the fact that we were misguided about what the Earth is, and they're gonna bring in interdimensional information and give you all these like resounding like quote unquote truths, and then that's gonna be the new world. The new world does not come by way of tanks and guns and fire breathing dragons forcing you to do something. It's gonna look like gold. It's just gonna shimmer. It's gonna look great. It's gonna be the idea of this incredible awakening and interdimensional enlightenment. So, you know, I don't think they even try to say the story that these aliens came from millions of light years away or anything like that. It's going to be like, oh, we're right beside you. We just swooped over into your realm, and this, yeah, they're going to admit
We,
that.
you know, there's no such thing as no such thing as space. Wait, I'll have to hear what you have to say here. What do we know about the people and what the devil has to show for us? What does the end times have to show for us, people? For the end times, for the last believers of Christ. The end times has shown dark times, correct?
Yeah.
The end times got to be darker than the medieval ages, no?
People that don't. It's going to be crazy, yeah, but the deception, in my opinion, is going to look good. Like it's going to be the great deception. So it's got to look good. It's got to look like they're saving the day. They're helping you here now. You can live longer. You don't get sick. You can have telepathy. Blah 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 blah. It's going to be all these different things that you're not supposed to have. So you can creator and think, oh, it'll be bad for the believers because they'll be singled out. But
Hey, what's it? Your mic was cracking up earlier. Could you repeat what you said?
yeah, I don't have that good a service. So can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Bad service, bro.
We can hear you, man. Bro, no worries.
Okay. Yeah, it's just the believers will be isolated and singled out. Okay.
Well, we're talking about the flat Earth, and my question is, can you guys believe in an Australian flat Earther? And what faith do you have in a flat Earth Australian known as Gerald? You tell me right now. What faith do you guys have in a
I
flat
believe
Earth
in you, bro.
Australian? Thank you.
I believe in you.
My name is Gerald. Larry.
My name's Larry Gerald.
Larry, I love you, mate. Thank you. Good to meet you.
I love your own back, bro. Good to meet you too.
It's good to meet you. Larry. So we know the Earth is flat. We know the Earth is not a globe, correct, Larry?
Absolutely, 100%.
100.
More like the water is flat. The water is flat, and we live in a water world, and the Earth is a topographical, somewhat level playing field.
Well, that's what that's what the recents have been saying. People have been saying we live in the concave Earth. We live within the Earth. We live within God. I believe God to be real, Larry. The God has to be real. I know the old blokes that I see that believe in God. They all know it's real. I know when I see two old people holding hands on the side of the road walking across the street. who are Christians, of course. They know what God is, and I'm not going to argue against what they believe, right? Even if they're going to reincarnate, they still believe in God, correct?
The whole flat Earth term, it's a weaponized, it's a really highly charged emotional spell, right?
Definitely.
Because when you say the word flat Earth, it's like saying the N word or assault
Yes.
rifle, right?
Larry, you're really
Or
smart.
conspiracy theory.
Larry, you are really smart. Larry, has
I appreciate
anyone
your kind
ever
words.
told you are really smart? Larry, has anyone ever told you are really smart?
Yeah,
I
most people
thought
say
so.
I have a lot of potential.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Potential. Guess what, Larry? Guess what I'm told?
you told you have a lot of potential.
There you go, bro. Potential. Yeah, there you go. We have potential. You know what I mean? And we're here giving what are we giving our potential here? We're telling people the truth. And how simple is the truth? You know, Larry? The truth is so simple they could look it up on their own backside if they were to wipe their own ass. It's flat. We know it's flat. You know what I mean? Larry, come on, we can do better than this. We have more potential.
Yeah, it's flat. It's
Yeah.
it's
Thank you,
definitely not
Larry.
a sphere, but it's not
Thank
an
you,
object either. It's
No,
not an object.
neither. Thank you, Larry. We'll talk another time, Larry. Thank you.
Hey Larry, are you Hank Hill or were?
Yeah, I've been known around these parts of St. Hill for a while. I just choose to get rid of all my artificial titles. I can no longer afford any lovely titles, so I'm just Larry, period.
Okay, well, nice to know.
All right, let me ask you a question.
So,
All right, how are shadow casts?
how are shadows cast?
Right.
I assume because of a physical object blocking the light.
Right. So, and it has to be direct obstruction, right?
Yeah.
All right. So let's say I have a light source off to my right, and we have a physical object casting, like let's say about around a 6 o'clock shadow, right?
Sure.
Can you also have a 12 o'clock shadow under that?
I don't know what 12 o'clock shadow is.
In other words, the shadow is like right under it.
I'm not following here. Sorry.
So if like let's say if it's 12 o'clock noon, where's the shadow? Usually directly under you, right?
Sorry, bro. I don't pay attention to
Yeah,
shadows.
that's right.
I mean,
If it's noon, it's the shadow's right under you.
right under you, right? It's a 12 o'clock shadow. That's called a
Yeah.
12 o'clock shadow. If it's off to already the west or whatever, it is called, let's say, a 6 o'clock shadow or whatever. So it's mostly off to your east, the shadow. So can you have an eastern shadow with a 12 o'clock shadow?
Not from the same light source.
Right. It would have to be multiple light sources, wouldn't it?
That's right.
Because the instruction for a shadow that needs to be cast has to be a direct source of light casting the shadow, being obstructed from that light source. I don't know how that's hard to understand, right? I mean, it has to be obstructed by the same source of light. I mean, the obstruction has to come from a source of light directly over or being obstructed directly from it, right? So that's where it casts shadows. It can be, the sun is casting two shadows, because that'll be flaw, right? I mean, the sun can't cast two shadows. Meaning a 12 o'clock shadow and an easterning. I mean, I've noticed this, and I kind of brought it up the other day, and over there at 24, and they didn't like my theory that, well, I mean, the daylight is definitely an ambient lighting compared to what sunlight is, because there is multiple shadows. I mean, you don't see it when the sun is like over you or really, really strongest, but you definitely see it in early mornings or late evenings, where there's two shadows, where there's this actual real defined shadow and a ambient shadow that's under things. That would be a car or anything like that. Well, it goes back to where the book, where it says, "Let there be light." That was on the first day, right? And on the fourth day, he created sunlight, the greater light, to rule the day. But it said to rule the day, not to be like the ultimate light by itself. So I think there's definitely multiple lights.
So whenever people say light, I automatically think plasma. I don't know why, but I do. So when you're talking about the daylight, I'm thinking of like the noble gases in the upper atmo, right? And these noble gases are, some of them are like neon, that sort of thing. So when the sun illuminates the gas in the upper atmo, I think it's, basically plasma. It's electrically excited plasma.
But if we go to the book, there was no sun before there was day and night. So what was lighting up the things up there first?
Well, that would be the light being.
the light beam.
Yeah, we're made in his image. These meat suits, a lot of times we forget, like somebody earlier was asking, do you look in the mirror? Right? And it's like, yeah, I do look in the mirror, but I look past the meat suit, right?
I mean, are you saying that because he was the one that was lighting it up?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, then why would he have to separate day to night?
That was for the Earth.
Exactly. So day and night, but
he wasn't going to stick around.
Nah, that's a little too. So okay. So you're saying he will only stick around in the daytime while he was doing creating, and because there was nighttime while he was creating, he didn't stick around at that time.
I'm saying he wasn't planning on sticking around. This place wasn't made for him. It was for us.
Yeah, I feel like that's like too much of a kind of like a wishy-washy explanation. not to be. Just because, I mean, if there's, like I said, there's two sources of light, and you're saying, okay, the plasma's probably lighting it up. I could get that. I could get there. But it during the day, and when he created one day and night, he separated day from night before there was sun. And what you're trying to say is that, well, he created something else to. I mean, so what? He just didn't make it maybe because he was like, well, you know what? I don't need it anymore. I could just do this now. That would be a person that doesn't think logically into what he's already trying to prepare. It's like you're saying, well, I'm gonna make this piece of code, but I didn't think about the future, and then say, okay, well, I don't need this piece of code anymore. I'm gonna replace it with this piece of code because I just created this just to start off. That's extra work. 'Cause, And if
Well,
he's
no,
intelligent,
at first I didn't know you was talking about the Bible. So now that I understand that you're talking about the Bible, try to be a little less sciencey. So when
I mean, it can still be sciencey, but yeah.
well, I'll try to be a little less. But the point is that I think that he is the light being, right? And everywhere he goes, there's going to be light. So when he said, "Let there be light," like it was coming from him, right? Because he spoke it.
Like, he wouldn't
And
need
there
to
was
say
just-
"let there be light" if there was already light. He was the light,
right?
So why was there be a point for him to say "let there be light" and let's separate day from night and make that day one?
Ask the question again.
So why would he say if he is light, right? And he is light.
Yeah.
Why would he say "let there be light" and let's separate day from night and let that day be day one? Now there's a day and the night was one.
Well, think about it like I hate to say this, but like a computer programmer, right? When they're programming, they're installing all this code and directives, right?
And actually, I think it's flawed when you say that he wasn't thinking of sticking around, because he was thinking of sticking around, because he was around, right? And the only time he said you gotta stop sticking around was when he said, I'm gonna separate myself from man because they're sinful nature, right? Because of what's the sin. Was that, is that true? Am I I think I You understand what I'm saying? Because he was.
I'm having trouble understanding you because you're talking so fast, bro.
Sorry. So what I'm saying is that you're saying that he did that because he wasn't thinking of sticking around, but he was thinking of sticking around. It was because of sin that he decided not to stick around.
Yeah. So the way I understand it is there's, the spirit that was, or the word was, what is it? Was it the spirit that was in the garden?
I think it was.
Was it the voice? Who was in the garden?
For all intents and purposes, I think it was God. It was the word.
So God's word was in the garden, right?
Well, it says in the beginning it was a word, and the word was. So he was actually the one in. Yeah. He was the one in the garden because he would roam around, and when he went down to look for Adam, and he was hiding. He said, the wife you gave me, and she went to Eve and said, well, it was the snake. So he was the one in the garden. I mean, the man was here to tilt the ground and take care of it, but he was still going to be walking around. I mean, why would he come back if he wasn't here? If he didn't create this place for him to be around? What would be the point for him coming back and making Earth? It's like we're jumping to the end, but because why would he create this place? To not making his own place to be on with his creation, and in the end of all things, he's gonna come back to make this his place and for him to abide with his people, right? So, just when you said at the beginning, one of your statements, when you said, "Well, he wasn't gonna stick around," and why is he coming back to stick around?
Well, this is, the world of, this is, Satan's world. He's the god of this world right now, right?
Well, it became his world, but it wasn't his to start with, right?
Well, it was man's to start with, but man forgot who he was and his dominion over the world.
Which then Satan came and then God gave him practice. Sorry, I cut you off.
Basically Satan took over man's.
Right. But this is going to be back his his world because he's gonna rebuild it, recreate it, whatever. And then he's gonna come down to Earth and abide with us, or whatever.
Right, that's the long-term goal. Yeah.
Right, long-term goal. All right, so in creation, this is before Satan, right? In creation, he was sticking around. Why would he need to create another light where he already created day and night? If he said, well, in other words, I'm creating this place, I'm the light, so let there be light, and I separate this light from daylight. So in other words, he wouldn't be able to go towards the night. If that's what you're going with, that he was gonna be the light, but day and night he was not gonna stick around at nighttime, and he's just gonna be here wherever the daylight was. That's where he was at. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, because the sun can cause daylight. The light that he created to cause daylight, but also, his, glory and magnificence is also going to radiate out. And I think, if a light being is like ultra powerful, wouldn't his light be radiating out? Because us being like small beings, we even have an aura that, radiates out like 8 feet in each direction.
Right.
And we're tiny little creatures.
But then he wouldn't abide in the night either?
I don't think God can hang out in darkness.
So I mean, I'm saying darkness as in evil, but I'm saying like day and night.
Yeah, I'm saying, think of the throne room. Does he got fluorescent bulbs in there, or is he just glowing?
So what you're saying, right? So 24 hours, day and night, right? You're saying he was roaming around, just going around for those 24 hours, and then coming back every 24 hours to the same spot, just going around in circles?
No, that's not really what I was saying. I was just saying, how could there be darkness where he is?
Right. Well, true. I technically don't think that he was like inside of Earth saying, okay, I'm creating this and this and this. He was in the outside perspective that he has, saying, well, let there be this, let there be this. I'm creating the firmament, yada, yada, yada. I don't think he physically had to be there. He was from his kingdom looking down and saying, okay, I want this, I want that done. I mean, well, do this, create this, do that. I mean, all he needs is his word, right? He doesn't need to actually physically go out there and actually like a mechanic and repair or create or add something to a car. So when you say, I think he did this from his dwelling place at the time. So when he said, let there be light, let that separate the day from night, he didn't have to be there for it to be daylight, because he already said, let there be light. In other words, and that the day was called daytime, right? It was day, and night was called night. So it was the ray would do the day was for the daytime. Well, how can I say that again? That's just redundant. And then he said, well, let there be sunlight to rule the day. In other words, yes, the sunlight's there, but all it does is rule it. In other words, to actually give you a notification of what the time is. Because why do we distinguish? Oh, it's sunlight. It's daylight outside, or there's sunlight outside. Because there's two distinct. It's two distinct things, and there's two distinct shadows, two different shadows, which only can come from a source of light. And I understand what you're saying. The plasma can get lit up by the. I mean that has to be tested, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty good theory, I think, because like the number one gas up there, I can't remember what it is, but it glows blue, right? And people say, why is the sky blue? And plasma makes a lot of sense to me. Every time someone talks about light, I think plasma, like automatically.
It could be. I mean, it could be. That could definitely be it too.
So when people say they see lights in the sky, I've talked to Mexicans who said that, when they grew up in Mexico, it was like a known fact that there'd be orbs, right? She described it as a ball of light. So orbs of light, like flying around the mountain. And I'm thinking, okay, that mountain's probably got all kinds of minerals and whatever in it, right? So is it possible that a plasmoid, might be like around the mountain? It's like, yeah, that kind of makes a lot of sense. Like, there's probably a lot of magnetite in the mountain, or maybe iron, or some other, stuff like that that interacts, whatever, with magnetic fields. And I'm thinking, like, every time people see lights in the sky, like when I see meteorites, right? How Witsit and Authority Apotheosis, Kenneth Wheeler, they're always talking about light doesn't have a speed, it has a rate of induction, right? So what if these plasmoids have like a rate of induction? So I don't know, it's kind of the way I see it.
Yeah, I hate to take I hate when, not that I hate, it's just it's something that rubs me the wrong way when they say, well, God didn't need it anymore, that's why he did. Like many of the like my father, he's a pastor. When I say, well, where's the firmament? He's like, well, after the flood, he didn't need it anymore, so that's why it's no longer there. And that's when I feel that people will say that, well, that's why he created the sun, that he don't need that anymore. I feel like that's like the same answer.
I would ask your dad. Ask your dad to make a rainbow in the house.
Right.
I mean, you can make the same colors, but you can't make a bow. You can't make a bow out.
I just feel that
Right?
yeah, exactly. I just feel that the two sources of shadow has to be an explanation that there is two sources of light. I mean, whether it's a plasma that's lighting up, could be. I mean, that's a good explanation for it. Yeah, but you can't test it. I don't know if you ever read the declassified CIA documents from the Russian scientists, where they were trying to read the lights, the firmament lighting compared to sunlight. Did you ever read that that doc?
No, I never saw that, bro.
Yeah, that's pretty much what got me interested into it, and then I started looking at the daylight.
So where'd you come up with the new shadow, the two shadows? Where have you seen two shadows at?
So this is the thing, right? So I actually videotaped this. So I when I read that document, I started looking. It's interesting. Firmament lighting, that makes sense with with the daylight, yada yada yada, and sunlight being on the fourth day. Yes, what I was, and I'm just me curious, just looking, and all of a sudden I'm driving, and I'm seeing there's a shadow under a car, but the sun is like way over there, and I see, okay, I'm seeing the sun creating its own shadow, but I was like, how is this shadow? And it's like more ambient light, because it's like more diffuse shadow coming from the thing. So I started looking into that, and so I woke up early in the morning one day before sun comes out, and I see a shadow under the car. Like, that's so I started looking, how do you cast shadows? I mean, because shadows are cast by direct source of light that are being obstructed, but the sun is way over there. So how is the sun not casting shadow? And then when the sun starts going up higher, and I stood up watching the sun, I'll start seeing a more defining shadow coming from the sun area. And then as the sun rises higher, maybe about 10, 11 o'clock in the morning, that ambient shadow is gone. I mean, the ambient, what I'm saying is the ambient light shadow, which is a 12 o'clock shadow, it's gone, and then it's overpowered by the sunlight. Sunlight's, the shadows that are being cast by the sunlight. And then same thing started happening when sun started going down. I saw that as well. The other thing was when I worked a lot in 3D, making like logos and whatnot. There's always a problem with you can't use one source of light. One source of light in a 3D world or in a 3D program, you'll have
it won't light it up properly.
Exactly. You'll
so you have to have two sources of light like 90 degrees apart.
Yep, exactly. So I was like, that makes sense, because if I wake up in the morning when there's sunlight, when the daylight's starting to appear, I could see all the way around my house, right? I can see every side of the wall, and the sunlight is way in the heck over there, not even out yet. So I mean, I was like, well, that makes sense. When photography is the same issue, you can't have just one source of light. You need more than one light to be able to, for you won't have overpowering shadows. So that's when I started looking more into that, and I actually have a few recordings where I see the sun's gone, and I put that link. Give me a sec. I was in my apartment. I put this link.
Yeah, I'll try to remember to send you that video about the plasma, the blue part of the sky.
I posted the link. Sun is gone, and there's a huge shadow under these cars. But then again, it's also the point where you cannot have one source of light and have everything lit up around you, just because that would definitely give you overwhelming shadow. But I mean, your thing with the plasma, definitely makes sense. Right? Because, of course, none of this is testable. I gotta take my daughter to the doctor's, get some blood work done.
Blood work on a dog? What's the matter with him?
She's been having a little bit of a stomachache problem, like for a couple of months now.
What? You tried putting olive oil on her food or anything like that?
No. And she's like, she says she feels pain, like she's hungry, but she's not really hungry. So it's like wondering what's going on. I mean, they put some ultrasound and they want some blood work to see what's up, but.
Outside and eat grass?
Go outside and eat grass?
Seriously. Let her run some?
Yeah, bro. I'm not saying that's a firmament.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. It's though. Realm just said something about not exactly proof of a firmament that what creates shadows.
So do you let the dog go outside and eat grass?
Yeah, that's what I was like. Wait a minute.
Yes or no, bro?
You said my dog?
Do you let your dog go outside and eat grass?
No, but it's not my dog. It's my daughter.
Oh, I'm so sorry, bro. I heard the dog barking, and then you said,
Give
I
me a
got to
second.
take my dog outside. But I'm sorry, man. Damn, bro, I'm sorry. I thought you said dog.
Yeah, sorry, Larry. I had a call ass conversation with the not the dog.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean any disrespect.
No,
I
I
heard
kind
the
of
dog
figured.
barking.
No, I kind of figured you didn't mean it that way. I just you couldn't hear as I was saying. Not the dog, my daughter. But I have to step out to take her to the get some blood work. I'll be back in a few. I'll probably hop out on my phone.
All right, bro. Peace out. Was it? Bye.